is telling me, because we're looking at the future here, that your life balance will be restored in your life. It is unbalanced now, and it should be, because bad things happened, and they throw us off balance. So there's no shame in that. But the two cards I'm seeing for your future are the Temperance card, which means that balance will be restored, and the Ten of Swords, which means that the worst is over, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. And just to be sure, I got the Justice card. That means there's definitely going to be some action in terms of the legal stuff that you're pursuing. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
So right now you're in the thick of it, and it's upsetting. As somebody who just concluded a couple of years of legal action myself, that I know how that weighs on the mind. But I'm seeing that the Judgment and Justice cards are pretty damn good indication that you're going to get justice here in this case. So hang in there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. It's amazing to me how tarot goes right to the heart of what's going on. Now, if it doesn't, if because every time I ask the question like, did you have a loss recently? I'm making an inference from the cards that I pull, but I'm always prepared for it to be wrong. It rarely is wrong. And that's not me. That's not, look what a great tarot reader I am. No. That is such a trap in the esoteric world when the magician starts to take credit for the work. But it's not. We work the system. In fact, if you remember the stories, if you remember your Bible stories, this is why Moses was denied entry into the Promised Land. Could you imagine wandering around for all these years and not getting allowed in? Because he did something. He claimed credit for a miracle that he didn't do. And he needed to be brought down a peg for that one. And that's why he was denied entry in the Promised Land. Courtney in California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Good. Anything special you want to look at, or should I just look through the cards and see what shows up?
I kind of wanted to talk about my past life. I've always felt really connected to Marilyn Monroe, and I don't know if there's actually something there. So if we could tap into that.
I had an interesting experience with Arthur Miller, to whom she was married for a while. That was a weird experience. There was a guy who, I'll tell you briefly, there was a guy who was famous in the 1960s who by the 1990s, he had a lot of weird ideas, but he was a fascinating guy. He made a lot of things happen. And I introduced him to a literary agent, and we were sitting in a restaurant having lunch, and he used to get up and walk out of the restaurant every few minutes because next door was an off-track betting parlor, which we used to have in New York. Only New York City could run a bookie joint and blow it and ruin it. So they had to be shut down. But he was a little bit of an overpowering personality, this man. And he could inflate his ego a bit. And one of the times he left the restaurant to go to check on his bets, the agent turned to me and says, who does he think he is, Arthur Miller? And guess who walked into the restaurant the moment she said that? It was Arthur Miller.
Oh my gosh.
Which is this kind of stuff that happened around this guy all the time. So, hey, What can I tell you? If you feel a connection, it can be real. Now, what I can do is look at some stuff for you.
I'm also a medium, and so there's so many things that we just connect. Like the same cat that she had, the same dog that she had, the same color hair, same color eyes, same height, same weight, same body shape. I mean, it's just down to everything. It's just insane. I was adopted. I was passed through homes myself. I had 3 loves in my life. I'm very young. I could say 24, but I feel like I've lived 1,000 lifetimes. I just, being a medium, I've never been able to read myself unless I'm talking to someone else.
there's an image in Buddhism about lifetimes. Like how many lifetimes how long do we have to do this? And the image is this. Picture a huge mountain like the size of Mount Everest, right? Yeah. And a bird flies by Mount Everest with a piece of silk in its beak. And the piece of silk brushes against the top of Mount Everest. And that bird flies by once a year. The amount of time we need is the amount of time it takes that bird with the silk to wear the mountain down.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, it's in Hinduism, of course, they deal in hundreds of thousands of year installments, kalpas and things like that. Have you done anything like Akashic record meditations?
I've done multiple meditations with worldwide known psychics multiple times. Worked with them a few times, though I have ended up in like a psych ward just from getting overloaded from, being really spiritual and my mediumship and psychicism coming out. But I got more of a grip on it. My last time that I was at the hospital was last October I got out. So, and it was only for a month. It was a really long time. That was probably the longest, but
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's okay. Yeah.
Better.
A month in the hospital is a nightmare, let's face it.
Yeah, no, it is, definitely.
So, you seem pretty clear about what you want. Now, let me just preface this also just quickly by saying, I understand where you're coming from because I have even from childhood, have very clear images of a previous existence of my own.
Yes. And I have those too. When I've done past life regressions, I've seen images of, and this will freak some people out on the air listening, but I've had, where I've seen specifically 2 to 3 men in suits around me and walking outside of my house to the side of my trellis, and then it just gets black from there. And I've always been afraid of suffocating for some reason, and I do not like taking medicine. They tried to get me on schizophrenic medications and what they did to Marilyn, basically. And I've had just some really crazy experiences happen where I should not be here today, and somehow I am.
Well, you're here, and you're aware. Yeah. That's a good sign. I'm not doing this as a plug, but there is a book that my company reprinted called How I Discovered My Mediumship. And it was by probably the most famous American medium of the early 20th century, which means she's totally forgotten now. But she's been through. She explains what it's like growing up that way, and how everyone treated her like she was a lunatic. And yet she gained an astonishing reputation as a very clear medical medium. In fact.
I'm actually able to pick up on people's health problems that they're going through. I mean, it's crazy the things that I'm able to pick up on. I thought I was just a medium at first, but then I was able to pick up on like what's going on with your left eye or your right knee or your shoulder or your back pain or your stomach, like even your heart. Like I could pick up on things that I just should not be able to. And with Marilyn Monroe, she also was very much into finding out about things. She visited Area 51 with John F. Kennedy. I mean, she did so many things.
Well,
her comrade too.
I live just a few blocks away from the Actors Studio, so have you ever visited there? I mean, that might be you might just standing near that building might do things for you, might bring things up.
I've actually been to New York one time. I swam in the Hudson River in Albany, and then I went to the Times Square, and then I went to Ellis Island to see like my history of like my biological family, and we dug into it a little bit because there's not much that I really know. I never knew my father, just like Marilyn Monroe. I still don't know him to this day. There's some mystery there. And my mother, she was in and out of prison.
And keep up with the meditation work, because you do have memories in there that you don't know you have. From this life, even because our memories go way back. I'm running short on time here, But I would recommend, because you do see, I sometimes hear from people in your situation who don't understand what's happening to them or why. You're not in that.
Yeah.
You seem further along with that, which is fine. I mean, that'll help you. But I do think that if you look at mojoacademy.org and look at the book Understanding How I Discovered My Mediumship, there may be some things that you could pick up there that'll help you out, because it's a very moving story of a woman who survived all of the attempts to put her down in a way, So give it a shot.
Through my hospitalizations.
It may help you out. Let me tell you that the one thing I'm seeing here, just let me leave you with this since I'm here for tarot. There's a Four of Cups is the card I get for you. And that is a card that shows a person looking at three cups, and there's another cup coming out of a cloud in a hand, and the person doesn't see it yet. That's a card of hidden influences. And that's important because that's what you're talking about. Is you want to get a handle on those hidden influences that are in your life.
Yes.
So, see what you can do through meditation. I recommend the Tara Sutphin's meditation for Akashic memories. That's a very good one. If you can find that, I think it's still for sale. If not, if you have a problem with it, I can look around to see where it is and see if I can get you a copy. But that does very good too. But How I Discovered My Mediumship might help you. And remember, the point of this book is that you're dealing with hidden influences, and you know that, and you're not scared of them. That's the important thing. I've got to run now. I want to see if I can get one more call in, but it's been great talking to you, and I wish you all the best with this. And come to New York again and see if you can stand in front of the Actors Studio on 44th Street and see what happens. Because you were so close when you go to Times Square. Times Square is just a couple of blocks away. This is 44th between 9th Avenue and 10th. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get one more call in. We have a few minutes, and that would be Carrie in South Dakota. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. We've just got a couple of minutes to go here. So what can I look at for you?
I'm wondering if you can tell me anything. I'm looking at possibly filing for bankruptcy, and if that is a good option for me or not.
Well, let me tell you, the first thing is all three cards here that I pulled out while you were starting to talk to me are about money. So, yeah. The Ten of Cups is the final card, which is a card of happiness and success and joy. So it's something worth pursuing. I definitely don't think that you should take the advice of the tarot cards in like a minute and a half reading. But it does look like this is a decent option, because the end result I'm seeing is success.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There's a success and emotional well-being. So that, it's the best thing I could do is the question would be, and this is the really best for tarot, is if you go for the bankruptcy route, how will that work out? And this looks like it'll work out good. But please stay consulting professionals and see what you can do. Okay. Right. Because, financially, these are weird times. I'm expecting gold to start losing value. That's how weird it is. So, don't take your advice from some cards, no matter how wonderful they are. That I don't think that will help you, but you're gonna come out okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we get to look around the space-time continuum and see what's coming. You see, I told you there's going to be a lot of stuff about money and changes and things happening that are just strange, man. Because these are strange times. Like I said, when you get into inflation, it presents opportunities. All bad situations present good opportunities, but it's difficult. You got to be prepared for them, and very few people are. Like even a stock market crash. If you're young enough and you have the cash, that's a good time to start buying certain stocks. But no, this is we're looking at more lofty things here. which is the spiritual survival. So this is why I mentioned early on, why I mentioned the book Unmasking Fear. I think that's going to be a great help to anybody who's listening, is Unmasking Fear, because right now there are changes coming. That alone in itself is scary. And there are people whose sole job, they get paid hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Their sole job is to amplify that fear, is to make you more scared. And of course, they'll sell you a solution, Or they'll do it just to keep you watching their programs. So, because, I'm so scared. What's going on? I'm not saying keep yourself uninformed, but just take it with a grain of salt, because they've been wrong before, as you know. Almost everything they told us about the wonderful little disease that's been going around, almost everything they told us, things that they threw you off social media for saying, are now considered true. So you see, just realize that the people who are holding themselves up as experts oftentimes don't know any more about this than you do. As Will Rogers said during one of his radio shows in 1935, during the depths of the Depression, I don't know any more about this than an economist does. Now, didn't the economists tell us that in December that if inflation would be gone? Remember that? That by December last year, inflation would be gone? Now it's worse than ever. But don't let it scare you. Trust me. These are things that you're going to have to learn to deal with, rather than let them terrify the hell out of you, because then you're going to not function and they're going to steal your life. It's bad enough they're hurting our money, but now don't let them take your life. Well, that's it. I'll see you again next week at the same time here on the Ask One Radio Network. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the always forever beautiful Moonstruck TV. I feel like I'm out of my element for a moment, so bear with me. It's been an interesting month, and just so much going on in my life, and we're also having our new moon, or excuse me, our full moon. See, I couldn't get that right. Our full moon energy. So lots of energy. Just going to take a big deep breath here for a moment. It's just been so much. So as many of you may know, we're in the full moon, this beautiful strawberry moon, and they call it the pink moon. It literally isn't pink, but the strawberry moon being very much about summer and the harvesting of strawberries, and where a lot of the Farmer's Almanac. How's that? Oh, sound like I had some kind of crazy accent there. The Farmer's Almanac talks about how this moon being called the strawberry moon. So amazing energy, but also a lot of chaos. And sometimes things can be a little bit too much for some to handle. So I feel like that's been me the last little bit. I've had, my our Wi-Fi has had issues, and what else? Phones have been a little wonky today. People's moods have been a little interesting today. So if a lot of people that work in like the medical field, or some people say that your firemen, also your your policemen, people that work in that kind of industry, that they can attest to the fact that the full moon can bring in some very interesting energy, and people can be very difficult at times. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of stuff in my throat already. Must be getting a lot of stuff coming in. Or people also just have a lot of high energy. So I'm going to forewarn everybody tonight, and all of my peeps that join on my Facebook Live tonight, on my Facebook page, Mini Medium, for a couple hours. I do free readings, and I'm excited, but I'm also a little bit kind of nervous about what energy is coming in. I just did a huge event on Saturday, and Sunday here in the U.S. was Father's Day, and Saturday my event was sold out. We had a sold out crowd. It was beautiful, and just the energy, even as early on Saturday as it was to the full moon, the connections were just unbelievable, incredible. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens, tonight, obviously, on the podcast here, and then also how tonight's Facebook Live goes. So we'll kind of see. But it's been lots of goodness. I just kind of tell you a little bit. I just got back not long ago from getting the opportunity to be in Mexico, and went to Cabo and got to swim with dolphins. And that was incredible. And they are my spirit animal. If you ever get on to Moonstruck TV with, obviously with YouTube, or on Facebook, my tattoo I have is of two dolphins, and the saying says, "One life, one chance." And I'm a firm believer in that, is that, we, in a sense, we have one life, we have one chance, the best of it. And I'll tell you, it's been on my bucket list to swim with a dolphin, and I got that beautiful opportunity. And not only did I get to do it, but I got to share that with my youngest daughter. So it's been incredible. It's been a lot going on, but lots of goodness coming, even in the next few months, especially with events coming. And so definitely, if you're interested in booking readings or going to an event or want to know more information, you can go to my website, which is mini-medium.com. All that good stuff is there. But we're going to go ahead and, as in usual form, I'm going to pull a card, and we're going to just get some beautiful messages as far as affirmations go. And I kind of have a little bit of a different kind of surprise tonight before we take our first caller here, but I'll tell you here in a moment what that is. Now, the number that I've been drawn to today, and as some of you know, that listen to me and follow me, that I always, it seems like, right before I get on to do my podcast, souls will start stepping forward. I'll start getting numbers, or during the day or night before. So the number that has been very prominently in my face, if you will, and strong, is the number 29. So 29, as I connect, this is going to validate the 29th of a month as being a death date and or birth date. The age of 29. This can also be February 9th. So this being a date of, again, a birth date or a death date. We could be going back to 1929 as when, there was a soul's year of birth. So this is how the visions start to come in, and then as we can connect through the night, whether it would be with a caller on my podcast, or on my Facebook Live that I do on my mini medium page. Excuse me. But the 29 is really going to be connecting to someone, and I'll tell you, it just blows me away every time that even on my podcast or even on my Facebook page. So with that said, I'm going to very quickly, I'm going to pull this card, and we'll see what our affirmation is for today. And 2, 3, 4, 5. I was trying to take care of this beforehand, but again, it's the full moon energy. It's all that craziness. So you just go with it. Roll with the punches. Okay. So this is beautiful. And I chose to do, or I should say, I chose to use my Moonology deck, which is an oracle deck. And the oracle cards, I'll show on my on video here, on camera, if you will. These cards are just beautiful. And being that we're in the full moon, I felt it was appropriate. Well, the card is not a full moon, but we're at that beautiful crescent moon. And the message to everybody, or your oracle message, says that nothing is yet set in stone. Nothing is yet set in stone. So, I'll tell you, I resonate with this just because, sometimes in life we have certain things that happen, and, sometimes we like to hear the fact that it's not set in stone, but sometimes we need to hear that certain things are not set in stone, so that we don't take advantage of that, right? So really enjoy everything that you have in life, and take everything that you have in life as blessings, and never take life for granted. I'll tell you, boy, that's going to get me a little choked up, just because a lot of what I've been going through the last little bit. So I hope that resonates with some of you, if not all of you, for this week. And you all have, a beautiful week. As we get into this full moon energy, it's going to be very interesting. So I want to make sure we have time. If we have time at the end of this show, I am going to do that one kind of special thing I wanted to do. But I really want to get to my callers first. So we're going to go ahead and take the first caller tonight. And I have Yolanda from Arizona. Hi, Yolanda. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. And how can I help you tonight?
Okay, I got two questions. My granddaughter says she wants to come out here and stay and see what it's like. Want to know if that is going to work out. And I bought everything to do a DIY greenhouse. Is that going to work out?
Oh, I love that, by the way. And you said a DIY greenhouse?
Right.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm going to take an old railroad car and turn it into a greenhouse.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that. I'm a firm, supporter of, to reuse and recycle, renew, whatever it may be. And I think that is beautiful, my friend. So let's start with your first question and about your granddaughter. And you had mentioned that she's wanting to come out to stay with you, to live, or just visit.
Yeah, she said it could go either way when I'm talking to her.
Fair enough. Okay. Okay, my friend. Okay. Now, before I think I'm going to use some of my cards here, but before I do that, you probably heard me as I was talking earlier about numbers as I'm drawn to. Being that the number 29. Do you resonate or connect with that card or that number? Excuse me.
My sister who passed, that's her birthday.
Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. All right, my friend. So, and the 29th of the month was her birthday?
Right.
Beautiful. Okay. All right. So I'll tell you, first off, my sincere condolences go to you, my friend, for the loss of your sister. I know that we're wanting to, and we'll definitely get to your question. Can I ask you a very just quick question about your sister, just to validate some of the energy I'm getting?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Since I've hopped onto the podcast and started my show, and and the numbers come in just beautifully in that 29, and your sister soul is here with me. I can feel her. And then she's really been manipulating my throat, and I'm having a hard time swallowing. So a lot of times that's how she, things she dealt with before passing or towards the end of life. Does that make sense with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, your sister's here, and her soul is very present. Now, what I feel and why, one of the main reasons why, obviously, is because you are here, obviously, but also there's a sense of wanting to support you in your choices and decisions, especially when it comes to your granddaughter and what's coming of that. So I think her beautiful guidance is going to be just exactly what needs to be. So if you're okay, I will just keep my mediumship open and see what she has to contribute. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, all right, I'm actually pulling a few cards for you here, just to kind of see where that's going to mesh. All right. Boy, she's a strong soul, my friend. She's a strong soul. She's got a lot of energy.
Yeah.
I loved that laugh. That was a very mischievous little laugh that you did. And I think you know exactly what I mean. That's why.
No, yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely one. But so focusing on with your granddaughter, a couple things that I'm seeing. for one, I feel like that it's temporary when she comes. So I don't feel this is going to be a long-term stay. I feel this is it's good because I feel she needs it. I feel this is going to be an energetic break, if you will, from people situations. So and I support that, intuitively 100% for you. I think the bonding the two of you will have will be beautiful. There's going to be a little bit of, obviously, I think, boundaries that are definitely going to have to be put up for you, Grandma, very much so. So be sure that rules are very clear, boundaries are put up. But there's such a, there's just such a very beautiful future vision of how the memories the two of you make during this time will forever sit with her. So that's what I really want you to, be mostly excited about, if you will. So now, and looking forward to, but like I said, I feel it'll just be for, and really honestly, a few months. I don't see this going too long. So, I feel like, let it come and be supportive, in that sense. So, now, with the greenhouse thing, I'll tell you, there's no hesitation whatsoever in this being something that I feel it's a great idea. I think it's going to give you, something to look forward to every day as you get up. It's going to help with your depression. It's definitely going to help you in more ways than I think you know. So I definitely feel that you're going to see that that's going to be a great thing. The only caution that I want you to just be mindful of, just be sure that that you're not putting too many, when they say don't put too many eggs in one basket too fast, too soon. So just gradually let it come together. And obviously, just intuitively, put out there what you need to. I love the idea. I think it's amazing, and even an emphasis on. Now I know you're in Arizona. I used to live in Arizona, but an emphasis on succulents. So there's something about you really working. I know you have enough cactuses out there, anyways, but but there's something about something to do with the succulents, the flowering ones. So just kind of be mindful of that for sure.
I love succulents.
Yeah, good, beautiful. I love it. And the flowering ones, I think, are just gorgeous, anyways. So focusing on those definitely. I'll tell you, I know just your sister being here, her validating her birthday, her just giving me that feeling of wanting to support you. I'm going to leave it at this, and I got to grab my next caller, but there's
thank you. You answered my question.
Good. That's what I hope for. And just know that you've got some beautiful support on the other side. Okay, my friend?
All right. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You bet. Right. Have a beautiful night.
Yep, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Hey, all right, guys. Well, we have time for another caller. So let's go ahead and head to Laura from New Hampshire. Hi, Laura. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi. How are you? I'm doing pretty good.
Good. I'm doing great, my friend. How can I help you tonight?
Well, let's see. I have a few questions. I mean, usually the best question I like to ask any reader is, what is it I need to know? But do you want something a little more specific?
You know, I am a reader that likes to have the very least given information.
Okay.
So as generic can be.
Yeah, it's like, what's the most important thing?
Well, and I love the question, what do I need to know? And, you know, it's pretty broad, you know, but I'll tell you, even just listening to your voice and the energy that is coming from you, you have done a lot of spiritual growth, my friend. You've done a lot of work on yourself. So you have this very beautiful vibration that I get. So, you know, first and foremost, it's always great to reach out and get advice and guidance, obviously, but you can't be more accurate than trusting in your beautiful intuition, and you have an amazing one. So there's something right there. So there's a need to know. How's that? But with that said, I'm pulling a couple cards here really quick. So I know that we're kind of limited on time, but okay. I don't know if you got a chance to hear earlier. So my first caller, she connected with the number 29, which is the number I've been seeing all day today from a loved one in spirit. This happened to be her sister's birthday. It's beautiful. But I'm telling you, my friend, I'm also drawn to you with that same feeling. So the 29 will be the 29th of a month as a birthday, death date, age. Or this can also be February 9th. But what I find is interesting, because I feel you're a little bit in a different energetic space, different realm of energy. I'm being a bit challenged with that, where that this is really connecting to more of 2 + 9, which is 11. So 11 is a very spiritual number, of course, but do you connect with 11, November 11th of a month?
Oh, yeah. 11 is my life path number, like in numerology. Anything.
I love it. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so if you see how this is coming around full circle, the 11 being your life path, and I told you earlier, I said you're very spiritual. I could tell from your energy. 11 in numerology is a very spiritual number. It's you know, your life purpose, your soul's purpose, if you will, is to heal, is to help others. And you already are on this beautiful journey, as I'm feeling it, of really connecting to your purpose. And just a couple things I would say, just suggestions and intuitive advice. There's one particular, you've got one particular, what I would call barrier or blockage that I feel is holding you back from leveling up and going through a full spiritual ascension or spiritual awakening. And I feel that barrier, this is really connecting to a past, and this is a female actually. So, you know, and that being someone very influential in your life. So doing some cord cutting is very good, shadow work, these kinds of things. Doing that kind of work is really going to help you to be able to get through this, you know, or over this barrier. So keep that in mind. You know, my producers give me about 2 minutes left in my show. But I'll tell you, the female who I feel is in the past that is still connected to you through this cord, this energetic cord, has passed, is in the spiritual realm. So there can be a lot of closure with you just tapping into your own beautiful gifts and getting that yourself. So think about that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Does that help you a little bit?
It does. It does. I've been feeling a bit stuck with my gift, and there's just some blockage of some sort that I just can't get past, or some barrier. I wondered if it was my own, me getting in my own way, which could be it. Which
Sure
sounds right.
Sure.
Just
Yeah. Sure.
like me getting in my own way.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. And one of the things that I have found, when I teach my classes or I mentor, is it's fear, and fear is an acronym, and it stands for false ego appearing real. And that fear, that ego will get in the way, and the ego will hold you back. So yeah, it's a matter of going back and just and letting go of some of the stuff that just doesn't matter anymore, right? So so think about that. Definitely, I feel like you're on a beautiful path, though, and just we need more of us types of people. So keep doing the work, my beautiful friend. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, hon. You're so welcome. Have a beautiful night.
You as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye, hon. All right. Okay, guys. I know we got about 1 minute, so I am going to very quickly leave you with a message that I pulled from this beautiful deck called Talking to Heaven, and someone out there needs to hear this, and it says, "My death was painless. Please don't worry or hold on to any guilt." So I'm going to kind of show that on camera as well. So I hope that somebody I knew needed to hear that. So I'm so excited to share these messages, and please go follow me on Mini Medium on Facebook tonight. We'll be doing a night of free readings. Okay, thanks guys. See you next week. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne, and I'm here to do some readings. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am ready to get a reading going. I wanted to say that all the astrological things that have been going on in June and late May, they are continuing, and they are helping us balance what we need to do to benefit ourselves and in our relationship. And this should continue for the next couple months, where we're being affected. But like I say, it's to benefit ourselves. So whatever does not resonate or benefit us in any way anymore is removed. That's our job, to become better human beings. So with that, I hope that everyone is feeling loved and cared about and safe. Hello, we have Lynn in Orlando, Florida. Hello.
Yes. Hello,
Hi,
how are you doing tonight?
I am good. It is summer in Minnesota. And
okay.
we are just done with tornadoes for a little bit. So it's a time to go out and enjoy. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. Absolutely great tonight.
Good, good. What can I help with tonight?
I guess, want to see if you see like a career change or a move or...
Okay. Hang on and let me see what I can pick up. What I had picked up when you were talking was you are looking in a different direction. You are looking for something different. Now, I couldn't pick up if that was a move or if that was a job, but it feels like you're being prepared for a change. I think that you feel like there's a change coming. So with that, let me see what Spirit says. Oh, you're on the fence. Spirit says you're on the fence about a change. I feel, and this is what I get from Spirit, I feel from Spirit that there will be a time before 2025 for a career change. It may be in the same company, but it feels like you're looking for something more focused on what you can give and what they can give as wages. And it may not be right on your mind now, but I think by September it will be. You really, what I'm getting from Spirit is you're really, really good at what you do. And I guess a person whispers in your ear that you are worth more than what the company is doing for you. So that just kind of piques your interest.
Okay.
And when you asked me about the changes. I just feel like you're kind of wishy-washy on any changes. Like you are okay for the moment. But at the same time, you wouldn't mind a change in these areas. But I do feel a wibbly wobbly kind of maybe not. Maybe when it happens, because we're always ready for change until it happens, and then it's a lot of work.
True. That's true.
What I feel about your housing is something's going to get renovated. I feel a renovation or a change, the structure, something to that effect, but not completely a move. You have in your mind a focus. You have a certain idea of what you would like, and you've been thinking of that. You can't tell me you're not knowing exactly what you want when it comes to where you live, because I'm picking that up very strongly that you've been manifesting, in fact, what you want as far as where you're living. And I'm able to tell you that from Spirit that you will manifest what you want. It's a go. Because whatever you put your mind on the longest is what you attract. And you're attracting new housing the way you want it. It's where you want it. It's how you want it. So that's what Spirit says, is that by the end of, I would say by the end of the year, you will be attracting a new home.
Great. I'm ready.
And as far as the other things go, with the housing, they're saying not to fret over how you get it, because it's going to work out, like the loan or the mortgage, or all the people and things that are involved with it, with the moving. Everything is going to go in the direction to get you to what you need. That's what Spirit said.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell me what you're looking for? Because I see you searching, and I'm not quite sure what you're searching. But okay, so I had a little voice tell me peace or contentment or quiet.
Yeah, peace and content. All three.
Okay. Let me see that for a minute. So Spirit is telling me things, and one of the things it says is your response. Excuse me. Your response to a situation. So you're not responsible for what other people do as far as the behavior or their actions, but you are responsible for your behavior. And so Spirit tells me that when I speak to Spirit about peace, contentment, and quiet. Let me see what else. They're also telling me that you've learned a great lesson. Somehow you have completed a lesson. And I can say that 6 months ago you weren't completing it, but now it's complete. That there's something that you have learned that, because Spirit said, great job, pat on the back. You've grown. You have grown so much, and they are so proud of you with that. So that too is what I'm being told. Don't underestimate also that Spirit is with you all the time, and Spirit is guiding you and there. So there are times when you feel alone or as if you've got a long way to go, and you don't. You're not alone, and you do not have a long way to go. Spirit is with you, and what you have completed is what they're telling me, monumental, if I said that right. So good job. Good job. Is there anything else you would like to ask me?
I think what you were saying was very accurate. Yeah, I guess at this time I'm wanting to get back to doing something I used to do, which is more the spiritual work and teaching.
Okay.
I'm ready now, I think, because of that healing that I did.
I think so too. That's what I see. I see that did you take a time out or a time away in order to do the healing? Okay, because that's very important as a healer, as a counselor, as myself, that when we find out that we got stuff to deal with, that we stop and we do what we need to do in order to be of help to other people. You did the right thing right there, too.
Yeah.
Are you motivational? Because I see you just really motivated in what you're doing and saying.
Yes, very much so. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I see that you will be doing that shortly, like right around the corner. I give that a good 3 months before winter. And I feel like you're attracting the right people. There will be people who are attracted to what you have to give and share. And that should happen right away. I'm not going to say that you'll be doing it within the next 3 months, but there's a lot of energy out there that's saying it's the right time and the right place to get that going. Because I don't see you have any bad residue. I think you've done great. And I think that there's going to be some people who are going to need that lesson. Whatever you have gone through, you're going to share and help a great amount of people. That's what I see.
My life has been based around that. As I go through something, then I have to help others with the same situation. Mm-hmm.
We can't help it.
I know. That way you go through no judgment for someone else. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, how do you know? Well, for heaven's sake, I'm talking from experience. So I think that you're going to do very, very well. I think this next year is going to be very, very wonderful for you. I think good things are coming your way in abundance. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to share tonight. I appreciate that.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
This is Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for tuning in. We always appreciate it. So we are already in the middle of the year, which is crazy. And in a few days, we're going to be having the solstice. So our chat today is going to be getting messages for the energies around the 2 Capricorn full moons that we're having this season and the solstice energies. So with the sun in Cancer and the moon in Capricorn, we have opposites at play, and it is a reminder to have a good balance in work and in rest and play. Now, Yasmin Bolin writes in Moonology that Capricorn is a part of us, a part of us that's in our chart, because you've got it somewhere in our chart, that knows that we need to build something during our lives. So it is about our ambitions for however long that we are able to do so, to the best of our ability. And Cancer energy is about home and family. It's looking after and nurturing ourselves and others. So it's a good time to think about well-balanced parts of our lives, how well-balanced they are, and reassess and reflect on it. If we are neglecting one for the other, maybe, because that happens pretty easily. So how we might be able to balance it out and realize where in our life that we can be more heart-centered and create more space in life to make that connection in ourselves, within our environment, our homes, and relationships, and work as well. So it's a good time to reflect on what so far this year has been working for us and what our responsibility is and what isn't. So this can always go back to my talk on what other people in our lives are carrying, what they're going through, allowing them to have their own process if they are shedding energies, and to not take on energies for them that they're trying to release or they're trying to work through, whether it's consciously on their part or unconsciously. But not taking on what's not for us to carry, and to think if anything in our lives that hasn't been working very well, what maybe we could do to get on track with that a little bit more, meet some goals, and take us through kind of the rest of the year when it comes to our goals, what we're desiring, envisioning for our life. So the second Capricorn full moon, because we're having two in Capricorn later on this season, in about a month from now, it's going to be in the late degrees of Capricorn. So it's a second chance, again, to really get back on track, to help with this energy and seeing what is working for us. And it's a good time in the middle of the year, I think, to reassess what's working for us so far and what isn't, what we're here to build, and just to keep the different areas of our life balanced as much as possible. I mean, nothing's perfect, right? But, allowing more fun in life and letting go of changing what needs to be, and more balanced and flowing for this second part of the year. And then I went ahead and pulled some messages, tapping into our angels and guides to see what else they have to say about this. So from the Angels and Ancestors deck, the first card is to be graceful. Okay. This is kind of a message with thinking before you speak, sort of. Pause, reflect, give yourself grace, and connect with your inner master, your discipline. So discipline in the cards has come up a lot. This card speaks of it, and a few more speak of it too that I have pulled. So connect with your inner wisdom and discipline, and be mindful of instant gratification. So when you're making decisions, this energy is very grounded and self-aware. And to get in tune with what you really need, underneath that, like, we have mountains, so standing your ground, they go together here. So the Stand Your Ground Mountain card came out right with this, and they work together with this message about being focused on what is best for you, and this stand your ground, talking about not allowing things for instant gratification to come in between what it is you're truly wanting. There also, for some people, feels like relationships also have to do with this. If they are creating a wedge, like maybe if it's unhealthy, and creating a wedge between you and your intentions, if that's something that you're dealing with, just try to remember to focus on your why. And then we have intend and create here as well with the high priest. So this is talking about your intentions, your why, what you're creating, it's coming into fruition. So keep going and be mindful of distractions. Distractions are coming up a lot with this reading. With the autumn card, we have the release the old and get rest. So this kind of feels like a big message with releasing what is not helping you move forward. Okay. A lot of this has to do with maybe too much running around, distracting yourself, or busy work, focusing your energy and attention on things that are not giving to you, things that aren't serving your highest and best, something that's taking too much from you or draining you. Focusing on things, sometimes we ruminate on things that we're not happy about, whatever the case could be for you, but get your rest and renew your energy. If you get your rest, it'll help you renew your energy, but it's important not to focus on the things that I was just mentioning and to start to be more disciplined with where you're putting your energy, where you're putting your thoughts. Focus on what actually is for your highest good. And with the rest card, I kept hearing chill, just chill. So this feels like a case where, you're kind of gathering help from others is also needed. So sometimes it's worth it also to hire somebody, to pay someone to help with extra work. So meditate on that. There's a strong message for someone. Taking care of your health is also a part of this with this rest and not putting your energy into too many things, being everything to everybody, that type of thing. Delegating, getting help. But then, the next message is Oracle. So wait for information because you've got some kind of information coming that's going to help you. And something important about this is going to, bring in some type of opportunity, something that you need to know about an opportunity that's coming in. But your intuition is guiding you to something better than maybe what you're trying to focus on. And that's why that message of staying focused and standing your ground is coming through, to not get distracted by whether it be the past or what's not serving you is really important, because it's kind of, creating that wedge that I was talking about too for somebody. But something better is going to come in. So the next few weeks are going to be important. So get your rest over the next few weeks because you might be hearing something soon. And, it's going to be an abundant opportunity. I was getting like a lot of abundance, like a lot of really forward movement is coming in that possibly that you have been wanting, thinking about, but it's important to go towards the path that is healthy and right for you. And then we got big happy changes. So where'd that one go? Right here. The big happy changes card came out and the abundance card came out. And it's going to be an abundant opportunity for somebody of you who are working towards those goals, on that path of transformation, creating something new, maybe working on something new, could be, your career or something, but it's going to actually keep getting better and better and better. And not just to be super positive or anything, but that's just the messages and the cards that were coming out. So not that there's anything wrong with being positive, but I'm not just trying to just to say that, but it's actually what has been coming through. So that's really good news. And of course, do what's right for you always. This is from our guides and angels, but you got to listen to what feels right for you. So for the rest of the year, I do feel a big shift coming to bring about, a lot of changes. And so just keep going is the message. It's going to be worth it. And, exactly what we were saying, a lot of confirmation was coming through. So I love how Spirit works with all that confirmation. Just remember, we're spiritual beings having a human experience. So connect with your spirituality, connect with the downloads your spirit team do want to bring in for you. And they are leading you towards a vision, towards something that you're creating. And some of you might be studying self-development, studying spirituality, but also just to mention that I'm now offering intuitive coaching. So I'm using my skills and the teaching that I learned, where I got my certification from the Chopra Institute, but it's to help people on their journey of personal transformation, spiritual development. If you are feeling stuck or have ever felt stuck, or maybe you know somebody that does, my sessions will help guide you to your inner wisdom and tap into your own intuition, kind of having conversations, expanding that for you. And, maybe if you are interested, always reach out to me, or if you'd like to book a reading, you can check that out in my link at stan.store/mediumandrea. And other than that, I hope you have a wonderful day and week. And if you have any questions, you can always contact me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. Thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling. Hello, my psychic ducklings. I've got the Sistine Chapel in back of me. What do you think? Not grandiose enough? What do you think? I keep thinking like somebody's sneaking up on me. I turn around, it's God, which is actually kind of profound and essentially the story of humankind in a nutshell. Anyway, hi, I'm Perry. You're you, which is the best thing you could be. Let's see, what was I going to tell you? Yeah, sorry, I was out for a week or two there because I had a little foot emergency. But no, I'm back in the Sistine Chapel and I've been healed and everything's great. So the moon is in Sagittarius tonight, which is fun. Sagittarius is an idealistic, slightly blunt, and by slightly I mean extremely kind of travel-oriented. It can be a little shallow, but in a really fun way. So we're going to let them have that sign. So when the moon is in Sagittarius, the day is kind of goofy. For instance, I'm wearing a backdrop and my sister's pajama bottoms, which she doesn't know. They're her birthday present. And Tony, if you're watching this, I'm sending your present tomorrow. I'm just wearing it tonight. Anyway, so I'm here staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for your call to see how I can be of assistance. And I'm a real assistance. I may not be good at things like tying my shoes or breathing oxygen on a regular sort of basis, but I'm good at my job. Anyway, meanwhile, now that I've done bragging, I just do that just because I hope someday Ryan Gosling's going to be watching. He's going to be like, wow, she is good at her job. His wife has the same birthday as me. I think that's a sign. I think it's time for him to change over, right, Ryan? Okay. So this extremely glamorous last-minute bucket, I'm doing renovations in my house, is filled with tarot cards. We're going to do the tarot card reading for the week, so I'm going to pick 3 cards. You have been here before, I hope. If not, welcome. And if so, welcome back. So you know that the tarot psychic weather is just like regular weather, except fewer cows, less damaging to crops. And I shouldn't have watched Twister last night. We had so many tornadoes, I was saying, in Maryland. It's crazy. I kept expecting like Wicked Witch of the West to bike past my window. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too. Okay, hi, Christine. We're just going to do the psychic tarot weather. I'm going to pick 3 cards. Do you mind hanging out while we do this? I'm going to ask you because I'm already getting stuff for you. Yes.
Okay,
I love people named Christine. No, I'm just really excited. You've got nice energy. Okay, while you're waiting, and for my listeners and viewers at home, and now our listeners and viewers, Christine, I share them with you. Christina, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Ask everybody to breathe in. Thank you. Breathe in deeply, and then breathe out through their mouth like they're blowing out a birthday candle, kind of like half whoopee cushion, half birthday candle. Do that 3 times while you're waiting. Concentrate on what you want to ask, and it stimulates the vagus nerve, not the vagus nerve. Vagus nerve is where you wake up in a strange hotel room in Las Vegas with a sex worker and no idea of where the last 20 years went. The vagus nerve, however, but enough about my personal life. I'm very ADD. Really, seriously, if I did use people, I'd be China. So this is for that's really interesting. I've never picked a card upside down in the show before. My friend Nancy Strauss gave me these cards and I love them because they're people of color. Well, I'll show you in a second. It's not just, plain old milky people. Well, it is in this particular card, but so this card is for the beginning of the week, so today and the next couple of days. And as you can see, if you're holding it right side up, I think I just ripped my sister's pajama pants. If you're holding it right side up, it's a guy and or a girl, whatever. He's kind of non-binary. He's sitting under a tree and a golden hand is coming out from a cloud, offering him a golden cup, which happens so often. And he's like, what? I've already got 3 golden cups. Can you come back next Tuesday? The hand's like, no. However, upside down, the reversed meaning of this card is good news. It means that an opportunity you thought you had lost forever, or you're too old for, or too tall, or too short, or too fat, or too thin, or all that crap we tell ourselves, which is totally not true. That opportunity is coming around again. Actually, this is for everybody listening and watching. It really is. But Christina, I think this is also for you, but we'll get more specific in a minute. Just send me your PIN number and your bank. Oh, sorry. Wrong show. I think this whole Sistine Chapel backdrop is going to my head. Again, this is interesting for the middle of the week, which is like the weekend. This card looks like it's a bummer. It is not a bummer card. It's actually a good card. It means, the dude is, this is what I mean. He's a gentleman of color, which is awesome, not oddly, but unusually for 1905, when this Rider-Waite deck, this is the classic one, was first created, the woman who did the illustrations was half Jamaican and half Jewish. In other words, our kind of girl. So this card means that you think you've missed an opportunity. See the 3 golden cups, and he's facing them, and he's like, way. But if he turns around and stops that hideous whining, there are 2 upright golden cups, and he's got everything's fine. Stop whining. Not you, him. Anyway, okay. And, oh, wow. Freaking love this week. And here we go. So all of this introspection and all of this, like, wait a minute, perhaps it's not too late for me. I can do the thing. So it's time for you to do the thing. This is the card of starting to do the thing. Because God is work. I mean, not that I've met either of them personally, frankly. But I'm almost done, Christina. Thank you for sticking around if you have.
Yeah.
Please tell me you have. Okay, good. Thank you. I'll be right there.
Oh, yeah, I'm still here for sure.
The end of the week. Yay! Okay, you're pretty sure. That was really good. Okay. Well, I like you. So this card is aces in tarot as in poker. I used to date a poker player. What a bad idea that was. But they're very good and aces are very good in tarot. They mean step upward in frequency, the beginning of a whole new cycle. And because this has to do with swords means like you're cutting out the dead wood, you're getting rid of the fat. This might be the time that you finally write that book. She says, looking at herself in the mirror with huge guilt. I'm almost done with my book. Anyway, so it's the beginning of a new cycle. Might also be swords have to do with like the intellect, ideas, things of the mind. So it's an idea that kind of like really sets you free and helps you out. And that is our psychic weather for the week. And I'm here for you. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. Yay, thousands here. So how can I help?
I am looking to find out what my next steps are career-wise, job-wise. Like I'm a little more than a little stuck. Some things have happened recently, and I don't know which way to go.
Yeah, a lot of
Or
stuff
what's gonna
happened
happen.
recently. Actually, I usually don't do this, but I'm getting the feeling that if I'm going to get the office politics card, no, I'm getting the chariot upside down card, but I'm getting like office politics, but like they're playing to kill. I think the job was nice for a long time, right?
It was what, sorry?
I think the job was nice for a while. And then they brought new people in, it was nice. And then they brought 2 or 3 new people in, and one, I hope your boss isn't watching this, but if he is, he sucks. Okay. But this is good news he does. He just sucks. He's not
like mine?
Whoever the person is, I don't know if they got a new CEO. I don't know if they got a new boss. Whoever is responsible for all the changes that are making work no fun at all anymore.
It's a group. Yeah.
But there's 3 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, my good. Excuse me.
Very.
I enjoyed that. Thank you. But this isn't my real hair. Okay. Well, it's interesting because you can actually use. My guides sometimes use very odd figures of speech, and they said you can use a coworker, as a springboard out of there. So, of course, now I have a mental picture of you in a bathing suit. You look great, and you're using the person as a diving board. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to go over so big.
No.
Somebody you work with, although, people have very strange tastes. So, there's a guy there, an older gentleman you've worked with for at least 4 years. I think you can trust him enough, because he is not thrilled with the new regime either. Is he like a graphic designer type of person? What does this guy do?
It's more sales based.
Okay. Oh, he looks like somebody I worked with at Scholastic. It was totally irrelevant. But a good guy. And
okay.
He has his ear to the ground. He knows who's hiring. You need to take a step up, young lady. You're playing too small. I want you to get up every morning, look in the mirror, and say, I'm a magnificent, divine being, and I'm going to send all of my money to Perry Lyons at 18 beat. No, never mind. It's a great affirmation. Try it. I live in hope.
I'm just not sure what's going to come up for me and how long it's going to be.
Here's what I would suggest. 2 things.
Okay.
One thing is make a list, and I think that you're playing it a little small because you're a human being, and it's hard to have faith, right? It's hard to have, and I'm not saying like God faith. I'm saying like just faith. Morning, the sun comes up every morning. You can have faith in that. And groundhogs eat my strawberries. I can have faith in that. That sounds really dirty for some reason. Anyway, actual groundhogs just ate my. Never mind. You can have faith because you are incredibly likable. I've been doing this show for 6 years, and your vibe is like, I'm coming. Are you in Ontario, Vancouver? All of my friends in New York are from Toronto. So, Winnipeg. Cool.
Yeah.
What is it? I love Canadians. You guys you're smart and polite and kind.
Oh, that's so sweet. You have no idea how much I needed to hear this today.
Oh, really? I love my best girlfriend. One of my 3 best girlfriends in the world, Katerina, is from Toronto. Ashley's from Toronto. They're all great.
Nice.
You know what it is? My friend Leslie. It's you guys are very civilized. You're so nice. You're so polite. Thank you. And you especially. Also, you're very, I can see you with my hard side. You have no idea how pretty you are, young lady.
Oh,
really I mean, not that that matters. You know what? Who am I kidding? It does matter. And you're really attractive.
Aw,
Much more.
thank you.
I didn't think I was pretty, and I was like, uh-oh. Perhaps I should have taken a little more ownership of that.
That comes from inside, not out. It was the way I look at it.
Well, good point. So here's what's going to happen with you. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of weird relationship are you in anyway? I can't tell if you're either single or you've been with somebody for a long time, because the flatline kind of energy is very similar. That sounds really awful, but I can't take it back now. But it feels to me like and husband, wife, other, I don't care. Feels like somebody is in and out of your life. Same person. Is that correct?
Not really. My husband and I, we were together once for several years, then we broke up, then we got back together and got married. He's like the love of my life.
Oh, okay. Yes, he is. Mm-hmm. All right. I guess it was just that breakup thing. Do not work together.
Yeah, maybe probably.
Do not. It's the same thing that makes you really compatible. What?
Mm-hmm. No, we don't work together. No.
No, I don't ever do that again. No. The same thing that makes you very compatible, because you're kind of like you're the same, only different.
Yes.
Yeah, so you know what I mean. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding.
Yep.
A friend was telling me, you should love yourself today. And I was like, I do love me. What? I have so much in common.
Yeah, exactly.
We're so proud of that. You're the only person who got it. She just looked at me. Yeah, really, you guys are together for the rest of your life. So
he's the yin to my yang. Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm getting like this kind of like, it either means that you're by yourself or you're in something that is not causing you stress. In fact, quite the opposite. Does he have a brother?
Yeah.
I'm boyfriend shopping and I'm gonna get totally boyfriend shopping. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm a very good cook. This isn't my real hair. Okay. Let me get serious. Here's what's going to happen with you. It's actually going to happen fairly fast. I think within 2 weeks, I would manage to wangle your way into a conversation with that guy who's been there, or a guy who's been there a little while, who's not going to rat you out. Because believe me, the management situation, it's only going to get worse. They don't care. I mean, they less than don't. I mean, they would, if they could stop you like cockroaches, they would. So time to leave. Also, you're a little scared of going past what you think you can do. You've got like this little inner glass ceiling. We all do. Mm-hmm. When they called to offer me this show, I'm like, oh, I've dreamt of this all my life. I can't. And I had to sort of talk myself into it. And for you, you're right and left brained. What I mean by that is that you're creative, you're able to think in abstract ways, and you're able to sort of understand doing things for the greater good. But you also, bottom line, knows how you manage this, have admin and managerial sort of skills. I mean, I'm right brained. You put me in a room full of people, and I'm supposed to be doing a job, and I will do nothing but tell jokes about snails and ducks. Which, if it's a party, it's good. If it's a publishing company that I used to work at, anyway. That's what I'm saying. But you have both, and you have them both strongly.
Yes,
that's so cool.
Yeah, I knit, I crochet, I cook, but I'm very analytical and techie, and
I am woman, hear me roar. Okay. I am so not worried about you. Within 4 weeks, within 2 weeks, you're going to start this conversation. Within 4 weeks, you're going to be, you got to do some work. And then I've got to jump off. There's a very nice young lady in Minnesota where I used to live. But who I'm going to talk to now, but I just adore you. You're so fun. Wow. Please don't worry.
Thank you.
You really,
Okay, yeah,
I didn't say as much. Please don't. And let me know how you're doing, because I want to know. I think you're going to be out of there within 2 months.
Year.
Oh, God, it's an awful year. I mean, for a lot of people, it's getting so much better now.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're going to be out of there within 2 months, and within 3 months, you're going to be in a much better job. Much better. Nice office, too. Other place is a little dingy. So, all right, go buy yourself something really pretty for the house tomorrow, and let me know what happens. I mean, not what that happens. You know what I mean. All right. Nice. It was so nice meeting you. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
Get the best people. Hi, Miss Nice Minnesota person whose name I didn't see because my producer flashed it on the air for less than a second. Oh, Cassie. I love that name. Oh, cool. Is that short for Cassandra?
Yes, it is.
And you know, of course, Cassandra was a psychic. She wasn't a very popular psychic because. Did you know that? Well, yeah, of course you did.
No, I did not.
Oh, Cassandra was in ancient Greece. Cassandra is one of the oldest sort of queenly names. You have a great name. Cassandra, the name is at least 3,000 years old. And Cassandra in ancient Greece was a famous prophetess. But the problem was she kept telling the truth. She kept being right. And she wasn't very cheerful, so they killed her. So Cassandra it's an actual word if you look it up in the dictionary. It's somebody who predicts like an unpopular future, and everybody's like, oh, pshaw, you're so negative, and then like they're eaten by elephants the next day. So being a Cassandra in ancient times meant that you were right, but it didn't always work out for you. But now it's modern times, and Cassandra is a beautiful name, and Cassie's like a country music singer name. I've got 4 minutes, so ask me a question. How can I help you, my love?
So I was just curious. I recently applied for a new job, and I'm just curious if that line of work, even if I don't get that job, is that something that I should continue along that path and try to pursue in that field? And I also was thinking about going back to school as well. And I wasn't sure if that was like for my highest good or if I was even dabbling into the right things. And I guess I just have questions about career and education.
Okay. We have 3 minutes, so I'm going to talk really fast. But luckily, I'm a New Yorker and I'm good at that. The first thing I want you to do is go into close your eyes and go into your tummy and just ask it, is this the right career path for me? And tell me if it says yes or no.
I got yes.
Cool. I agree. I think you can do both. I think there's a way that you can finagle, and I don't mean finagle in a bad way. I think what's going to happen, is this something more scientific than not? I mean, it's
legal work.
Okay, so, but it's left-brained, as I should have said. Sorry. But it's interesting because you will be segueing into something that has to do with medicine. Are you becoming a paralegal?
I am a paralegal currently. Well, that's what my degree is in. But I'm also a Reiki healer as well, and I do energy healings. And I want to study psychology to bridge Reiki with mental health.
That's a great idea. I'm writing a book about this very thing. I would take the job because the first 10 years I was doing the psychic work, I was also the personal shopper at Louis Vuitton in New York City. Having steady work, having a community it's what you need right now.
Okay.
I think interestingly, you might go into. I do see you going back to school. There's a really good school near you that you can get into, but now I don't know. I've forgotten where. Oh, you're in Minnesota. I still live in Minnesota. I love Minnesota. Really good schools there. There's some sort of neuroscience forensic psychology and tap dancing. No, neuroscience and forensic psychology, that would be a perfect fit for you. You're essentially talking about the body-mind connection.
I love neuroscience. I'm a neuroscience nerd.
Yeah. Yes, you are. God bless you for that. Well, for those of us who are agnostics, random fluctuations in the space-time continuum, bless you for that. You're fine. I'm not worried about you at all. Not even a tiny bit. We've got 60 seconds. So here, it feels like you have a supportive partner. Is that correct?
Well, I'm just started seeing somebody, and he's very, very supportive in anything that I do.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a win. Yes. I think you might wind up long-term with him. He's not what you expected, but I think he's better than you expected. I don't think I don't think he was what you were expecting physically. Does that make sense? It's
yeah.
Yeah. Damn, I'm good. You've got two of the happiest years. You got really happy times coming up. Just be a little careful when you, maybe I'm projecting because I hurt my foot last week. You can sometimes, you're a little accident prone. So be a little careful about that. Watch where you're stepping, okay? I don't want you stepping on glass or a skunk. All right, I've got to Zoom. I love you guys. I'm so glad you called, Cassie. Guys, come back next week. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. Yes. Love you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone. 30 minutes of astrological insight with Melissa Markham. Melissa Mark, live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Happy summer solstice. Actually, the summer solstice officially starts tomorrow. And a lot of people ask me, well, what exactly is the summer solstice and what does it mean? So the sky reaches the highest point and the northernmost point, let me start over. The sun reaches its highest and northernmost point in the sky during a summer solstice. And what it means astrologically and spiritually, it's all about abundance, expansion, and new beginnings. So tomorrow is going to be the longest day of the year. And it's a powerful movement into introspection, celebration and transformation. So that's why it's so important. These, you have winter, spring, summer, and fall for new beginnings. So very powerful time to manifest, very powerful time to maybe start new projects, maybe, look for a new place to live or anything that, you're feeling like, wow, I really have this in mind and this is what I want to do. Definitely, this is the time to do it. And we're going into Cancer, which is a very feeling energy, very, very much tied to family, very much tied to home, very much tied to emotional security. So these are some of the things that you could be feeling right now. Also, let me get my guidebook out. We have on Friday a full moon in Cancer, and it's actually called the Strawberry Moon. And so they've been tracking full moons in the Farmer's Almanac since the 1930s. And so where they get the name Strawberry Moon is it was actually created by an ancient Indian tribe. Because the strawberry season was so short, they wanted it coincide with that. So anyway, just wanted to make reference for that. And in Capricorn, it means it's really about our career and, and what doesn't serve us anymore as far as endings. That's what a full moon does is endings. But it also could be, I look at it too on what are our hopes and dreams? What are things that we want to do? What are things that we have completed? Full moons are also about completions. So again, this could be a really good time with the summer solstice and this Capricorn full moon to make some major decisions in your life. So that's what I wanted to say about that. So if you're thinking about these things, this is an excellent time to maybe have a turn of direction in your career, or maybe do something that you've always wanted to do that you've been fearful or maybe thought that you couldn't do. This is a time to do it. So just wanted to kind of say these are the astrological things that are going on right now that are very important. And the way that I look at astrology is really working with the energy instead of against the energy. It's really about using your chart as a tool. And within this tool, you can make the decisions that are going to make your life flow in a direction that is going to bring you to your highest vibration and highest consciousness. So I don't look at astrology as an entertainment, even though a lot of people do, because I look at the whole chart. I don't look at just the sun sign. I look at every planet and how it aligns on the day that you were born at the exact time you were born. So just wanted to make reference to that and wanted to get into some readings. So is it Tawana? Tanya, sorry. Are you there, Tanya?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Hi. How are you on this summer solstice night?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Are you feeling any of this Cancerian energy by chance? Feeling like, kind of a shift, right?
Yes,
a new
ma'am.
beginning. And an ending of things that don't serve you, or a completion, like I said. What is the day, month, year you were born?
November 7th, 1972.
November 7th, 1972.
Mm-hmm.
The exact time?
11:45 p.m.
11:45 p.m. and city and state.
Lincoln, USA. North Carolina.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Ryan?
I'm having a tough time hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I was born in Lincoln, North Carolina. It's US, United States.
Lincoln, North Carolina?
Yes, Lincoln, North Carolina.
Lincolnton, okay. I just saw it. Okay. And I got it. And I was just thinking when I was talking to you. So the way that I look at my chart is I really focus on the lunar nodes. They are the elliptical points in the sky, and they are very karmic. So we come in from the south node, which is more moon energy, which describes past lives and things that, it's a kind of an energy which we know how to operate in. But the goal of this life is to get to the north node. The north node is going to bring you to your highest vibration. It feels a little bit uncomfortable, but once you get there, it's a game changer for everybody that attempts to do this. So I would say with the south node in Cancer, you're definitely feeling this energy. It's in the 12th house. So I feel like you have a lot of spiritual energy. You're very much, you understand all of this, the spiritual community but a south node in Cancer is very much, they could be very much tied to family or tied to nurturing and taking care of others. And in a lot of ways, not necessarily putting themselves first, putting the family first, or it could be a soul family. It could be, whoever that you do consider family. And it's really about balance of work and family. So a lot of times, it's really getting you personally getting to the Capricorn. So it's about your reputation, your career, and because it's in the 6th house, I feel that you have some very strong healing powers, where you're a healer. And I don't know what you do as far as career. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, a caregiver.
You're a caregiver. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have, let me see. So you're a Scorpio in the 3rd house. I feel like you have an investigative mind. You probably have some too. I don't know if you have some crazy dreams, or you have some crazy, like you have these innovations, these thoughts of things. I'll tell you what, I have this in my chart too. I have Pluto in the 2nd house, and it's almost like this stuff is nostalgic for you. Things mean something for you, and you have Venus there too. I feel like that, I don't know, you're the type of person that you love nice things, but you understand that they have their place, and they have to have meaning to them.
Yeah.
Let me see. Chiron in the 8th house. I have Chiron and Aries in the 8th house too. That is, did you have people early on in your life pass, and that was very traumatic for you?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I don't know. It's sometimes when people have Chiron in the 8th house, what I do, especially, it's funny, I do this for my son and daughter when they're traveling. I'm always afraid that people are going to pass on me. So I say a lot of spiritual prayers to the universe, to the higher self, to the angels, to the guides, just for protection. You know, I feel like it's big as far as transformation, that you came here to transform, you know, yourself, and that the journey has not been always easy for you. Chiron in the 8th house could be a hard journey. I also feel like because you have your midheaven in the 9th house, you came here to build something. And because your ascendant is in Leo, it's about leading something too. So I don't know if you want to build a business, if you're looking to lead something, but that's what your chart tells me. Is that what you're looking to do, or what do you?
I'm kind of in between.
I'm sorry?
I'm kind of in between.
You're kind of in between. I would use this energy to kind of look at your hopes and dreams. What are some things that you really want to do? You know, so it's interesting. So Saturn's in your 11th house. I tend to look at the outer planets a lot because they're the generational planets, and they kind of push us to discover who we are. So when I look at Saturn really is one of those, it's a teaching planet. So typically we have our first Saturn return when we're about 28 to 30. And that sets the projection of the first, you know, after we quote unquote adult, right? Because in our early 20s, we're still kind of a kid. We're still trying to figure it out. But when we reach the age of about 28 to 30, that sets the projection of the first half of our life. Either we get married, we have a child, we have some major event happen in our lives. So then we have the second of these events when we're 58 to 60. So I feel like even though you have a little time, you know, for that, it's probably gathering now, like, you know, how does this all look? You know, I don't want to necessarily be doing what I'm doing right now forever. So I think that that's probably somewhere where you're at. And I would do something where you can actually lead something and do something where in health or healing, you know, where you're going to have a reputation for it, because that's really what your chart says. That's where you're going to find your happiness and be at your highest vibration. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
You know, and this is a great time for you to manifest on this summer solstice and also on this full moon, because they're directly affecting your nodes. Okay. Well, thank you so much for have a great night.
You too, Annie.
Thank you. Okay, the next caller, or the next, Rachel. Hi, Rachel.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing great. Happy almost full moon and summer solstice.
Exactly.
So what is the day, month, and year you were born?
September 17th, 1974.
September 17th, 1974. Okay. And the time?
I'm not sure. I think it's like 11:01 p.m.
11:01 p.m. Okay. We can try it. And the place, city, state.
Peoria, Illinois.
Peoria. How do you spell that? I used to be really great at spelling, and now I'm not.
It's Peoria.
Fun. Alrighty. Okay. So interesting. Okay. So like I told the last person that called in, I really focus on the lunar nodes, which are elliptical points in the sky. So you come in from the south node, which is moon energy. That is past life energy. And the whole goal in this life is to get to the north node, which is going to put you at your highest vibration. So when I look at your chart, and it's interesting, the last person that I talked to had the same south node as far as in the 12th house. Your south node is in Gemini in the 12th house, and your north node is in Sagittarius in the 6th house. And a lot of times with the south node in Gemini, it's the kind of energy that you can be very distracted. You know, you can be thinking of one thing and then all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I got to do this, I got to do that. You know, it's a very distracted energy. And the goal for you is to really see the big picture. And I feel that we're not exactly sure about the time. So, you know, this is pointing to the 6th house. Again, I think it's really about health and healing, and you being, I don't know what you do as far as career wise, but if you are in the health and healing field, and really kind of seeing the big picture, you know, looking at it from a global perspective instead of like a local perspective. So I don't know if that's something that, you know, you do already. What do you do?
I'm a manager at a warehouse, which I love the people I work with, but as management, I'm not so much like, I don't know how to put it. I'm a people person and I'm a kind person, and it's conflicting with my job. And I have been thinking about opening like a holistic store, but I'm nervous.
No, I think that would be great for you. I think it's always, listen, I think the scattered energy with that Gemini can feel like, okay, should I do this? Should I do that? I don't, I'm
exactly
kind of like
when you said that, really sure. I was like, nail on the head.
Yeah. I think if you have a business plan, you know, it's like putting together an executive summary, putting together a plan in place, researching it, seeing the big picture. That is what your chart says. At that point, I feel like...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I really think it's about seeing the big picture and looking at it and putting together a business plan. Because with the South Node in the 12th house, it's very easy to almost escape and not have to maybe deal with it and be like, okay, this is what I want to do. And subconsciously, hopefully it'll just magically appear. And that's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is, you know, hard work, perseverance, putting the plan together, seeing the big picture and laying it out. If you do that, it will all work for you. You just have to be in the mindset that this is what I want and this is what I plan to do. And
you're exactly right. I've got to get more focused.
You got to get more focused and put pen to paper or type it out, and
right.
It's just not an easy thing. It's easier to just kind of wish for it and hope for it. But I feel
that it's not getting me there.
Right. And again, we're in a new energy with this summer solstice. This is a perfect time for you to do this. Perfect time for you to do this. And look, you're a Virgo, but your sun's in the 4th house. You're a very nurturing person, and your communication style and how you think and your energy is very nurturing. It would be the perfect business for you. It's just taking you to, that's why your soul picked Virgo as the sun to kind of, that's where you shine. Wherever your sun sign is where you shine. And I feel like too, with Saturn in the 1st house, you probably kind of, you were automatically an adult. I don't know if you ever felt like you had a childhood or were a child, but usually Saturn in the 1st house indicates that. So I see a promising future for you if you get, if you lay out the business plan and put it piece by piece together.
Okay.
I would say also too, with Chiron, you have Chiron in the 11th house. Watch out for people. Don't let people talk you into things that you don't want to do. I don't know if you've had that before, where you mentioned this, that you're the people pleaser when it comes to people. But I would say that that's going to continually come at you until you stand in your own power. It's really about standing in your power. And this year, the nodes themselves, because the nodes change about every 18 months. Now, where they are in your chart is in your chart for life. This is the stuff that you came in here to work on. But it's really this year about standing in your power, because the nodes right now are in Aries Libra, with the north node being in Aries. And oh, by the way, Chiron is in Aries too. So it's releasing all those people-pleasing stuff that is not going to be for your greater good, and saying, you know what, I'm going to make the decision here. I'm going to do this because this is in the best interest of me. I see the big picture. And I feel like too, because your midheaven's in the 9th house and it's in Aquarius, I feel like all this is for the greater good. You have the propensity to want to make Earth a better place for humans, and by doing these things, you can absolutely do that. Does this all make sense? I know.
Yes, it does. Complete everything you've been saying, because it's been really challenging at work with my boss the past couple of weeks, and I'm like, do I really want to do this the rest of my life? Because, I want to work for myself. I want to be able to talk to people how I want to talk to them. And,
yeah.
No,
this is the perfect time. Again, with this full moon in Capricorn, maybe your job is a completion. Maybe this is subconsciously a completion for you. And now it's like, okay, I'm going to do this, but I just need maybe the right energy, to give me the power to do this. And this is a perfect time for you to do this, So I'm very excited for you. I think that if you get out there and use this solstice tomorrow as a new beginning, and then do
and
some
get going.
and get going. And then, you know, Friday, the new moon or the full moon in Capricorn, release the energy that is no longer working for you as far as your career and your reputation. Because you never know. I mean, I feel like the energy pushes us to get to our highest vibration. We just don't know it. We just some of us want to stay too long in something that has no greater good for us. So.
And I know, you know, the universe makes you uncomfortable. It's part of growth. And I knew this,
Exactly.
You know, I've kind of been reading the signs like, okay, the universe is telling me it's time for growth, it's time for change. And, you know,
And
it's scary though. And, you know.
Yep. Yeah. So I wish you the best and good luck to you. And thank you so much for calling in.
Well, thank you so much. You've been wonderful.
Have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to kind of talk about tonight is, you know, everybody should be looking at this solstice and this full moon as a new beginning, and to get out there and to, you know, look at it as, you know, this is what I need to do. And thank you so much. And I'm so excited about it. And I can't wait to talk about next week and what's happening on Zodiac Zone.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my new show time at 10 p.m. on Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, that is. I'm excited to be here like I always am. And I am in Dayton, Ohio, and I am not enjoying the really hot weather that we have right now. It is ridiculous out here. It's been the 90s, and I much prefer Ohio to be cooler. There's a reason why I live in the north. I like cool weather. We are on the precipice of the solstice. The summer solstice is here, and the summer solstice is the longest day of the year. So it's when the day that we will have the most light. So it is time for you to embrace the light that is in your life, because we are going to be stepping into shadow season after this. So that means it's going to be time for us to start looking at all the difficult stuff that we have been through, our traumas, our pains, our discomforts, and to embrace them and find the light and the wisdom in the very difficult things that we have been through in our lives. There's always a lesson for the things that we have experienced. And have we been wise enough to ask, what is the lesson? When you get the lesson, you no longer have to repeat them over and over and over. So if you are one of those people who says, why me? That is why. You haven't found the lesson and what it is that you need to know. So it's really important to start asking, what is the lesson? Help me to get this because I don't want to repeat this anymore. So with that, I want to welcome Gina in Denver. Hi, Gina. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good.
How may I be of service to you this evening?
I was just wondering about relationships.
Okay, and what would you like to know about relationships?
Might come through.
I'm sorry?
And see if my son was going to be able to come through. My son passed, and it's been hard for me.
In March of this year?
Are you still there?
Yes, I was asking you in March of this year because you said in March, right?
No, March is my birthday, but my son passed in February.
Okay, thank you. And so you were asking about relationships as well?
Yeah, just see if my next one's gonna work out finally.
Okay. All right. So, all right, Spirit, Mother, Father, God, thank you very much this moment in time. Thank you for allowing me to be of service to Gina today. As we open the door to communication with the great I Am presence, we know that all words spoken will be with your wisdom, truth, love, and understanding in the highest. In this moment, we ask for the veil to be lifted and any crossed over loved one, ancestor, spirit, guide, spirit, animal, to please come through with messages for Gina in her highest good. Amen. Just as any mother would be, Spirit is showing it to me as though there is a feeling of being lost and I don't understand and I don't know why things had to happen the way that they did, and I'm just trying to make sense of everything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I don't know how you understand this, but I'm being drawn right into my heart and something not working the way that it needs to. So I don't know if that's what he passed from, but I'm being taken right into the center of my chest and things not functioning in the way that they are supposed to. And it is important for you to know that it is not the length of the life that was important. It was the time that we had together. And so there is a beautiful and wonderful thank you and a love and a hug and a kiss from the other side to say, I want you to know that you are not alone. I am still around you. And they show themselves to me as a cherub, as though they would, a little cherub that would fly around you to let you know that you are not alone. And I am getting the feeling of like little butterfly kisses all around my face. So very tender, very gentle kisses so that you know that you are not alone, that he is still coming around to visit you. And that butterflies are also important because those are about transitions. And it's important for you to know that from his point of view, the transition for him was beautiful. And I know that that might seem strange, especially for the person left behind. But he sees it as being able to welcome in the light and the shifting of life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What I am being asked to say is we did the best that we could with the time that we had. Does that make sense?
Yes.
There's an acknowledgement that things were not always perfect, but what is perfect? And so it's important for you not to dwell on what you could have done differently, how you could have done things, and he's asking for you to come to a place of acceptance and love, knowing that he is in a very happy place. He is doing very, very well. And he also wants the same for you. He does not want you to feel like life is always going to be difficult. Life is always going to be unfair. Because he shows it to me as though you've been through a lot of things in your life where you feel like life can be really unfair. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
He says that he would like for you to embrace the light. And when I see embrace the light, it's embracing spirit and embracing all the things that spirit can do for us so that we don't have to sit in the consistent pain and discomfort of how things have always gone wrong, but looking at, okay, maybe I wasn't ready for this or maybe I wasn't ready for that and something wasn't good for me. And now I need to accept. Yes, thank you very much. He's saying it's important for you to accept that you are beautiful and that you are wonderful and that you are a very loving person and that it's time for you to start trusting that the person who comes to you will treat you with the same love and respect that you would give to them. Because he shows it to me as though you would have accepted less than what you would have deserved in prior relationships. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And he says, I want you to know that you deserve so much more. I want you to go for the gusto, go for everything. And I want you to sit down and tell God exactly what you want in a relationship. And sit down and look at, these are all the things that I thought I was attracted to, and this is what it got me. And then looking at how can I do things differently, asking different questions. And I don't know why that's important, but he's very clear in asking different questions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Perfect. He says, yes, knowledge is power. And the more the better choices you'll make. Trusting and believing that you are a beautiful, loving human being, that you deserve to have everything that you want. And don't look at how you can serve this other person in the relationship. Look at how you can balance each other. What can you bring me that will enhance my life rather than how can I adjust myself to fit into this relationship that probably wasn't meant for me to begin with. So it's really important that you look at what you have to offer, value yourself and what you have to offer someone else. Know that you do not have to walk alone, but you also don't have to be in a relationship where you are not valued and where the words that are spoken to you are not sour, where they are with love and they are with sweetness. And that is going to help you to find the sweetness in life again. So I don't know if you have diabetes, but he's showing me needing a sweetness in life. And he says that he's handing me like a bouquet of flowers that I'm supposed to give to you. And they look like pink roses to me. And he wants you to know how much he loves you and that he comes around you. And he just keeps showing me butterflies. So I don't know if you see butterflies, but he's showing me butterflies. He also wants me to acknowledge, he keeps talking to me, pointing to me to tattoos. So I don't know if you or someone you know has gotten a tattoo of him or thought about getting a tattoo of him, but he's talking about one. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Perfect. So this is how you know it is a validation for you that he is there and he is watching you and he's watching over you. Okay, yes, I will. He says, she doesn't feel me when I'm around. She doesn't think that I visit her. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sometimes I do though.
He says he's talking to me about your dreams. So I don't know if you've seen him in dreams, but if you have, those are called visitations. And he's talking to me about being able to give you that last hug so that you know how much he loves you. He says, he's showing me having a conversation where we don't always share everything that's on our minds, and to know that as far as he's concerned, he wants you to know that there's nothing left unsaid between the two of you, and not to hold on to anything that you may have wanted to change or shift, because he is doing very, very well. And that's all he wants for you, is to also thrive and feel really good about life and moving forward, doing all the things that you know are best for you, and embracing life with all the gusto and all the love that you have to offer, because you are an amazing human being, and he's so proud of you, and he is so grateful for the time that you had together, that you were his mom, and that the two of you went through so much, and he just wants to say thank you to you.
Thank you, I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gina, for being on the show. I am so, so grateful. And thank you to all of you for watching me and catching me at my new showtime. I am so grateful. Thank you from Dayton, Ohio, and I hope all of you have an amazing summer solstice. Have a good night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Astro Weather and Readings with Ashley June. Ashley June. Live from AshleyJune.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Astro Weather and Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I am Ashley from AshleyJune.com, here with your Astro Weather Report for the week of May 22nd to the 28th. Tomorrow we have the full moon in Sagittarius. That's going to be one of our major aspects of the week. And Sagittarius is the sign of the archer. It's like, if you see just like the little symbol for it, it's a bow and arrow. But the thing about Sagittarius is it's not about where the arrow lands. It's about the journey of the flight of the arrow. Sagittarius is the sign of the seeker of truth, and ruled by the planet Jupiter, the giver of gifts and luck. So this full moon, I think Sagittarius is one of the most fun sides of the zodiac. I think we're going to be really doing a lot of release work, or having release energy surrounding what is our truth, what is truth to you, and releasing anything that's holding you back, because Sagittarius cannot be held back. You can't tell Sagittarius what to do. If you try to tell them what to do, they're going to do the opposite. So a lot of release work around those themes. The other thing about Sagittarius, because they are ruled by Jupiter, they are protected by Jupiter. And because Jupiter is that gifter of luck, you might, if you know any Sagittarians, you know this is true, that a Sagittarius can get themselves in all types of trouble, but they always come out smelling like a rose. Or they are the person who you're like, why is their life so much easier? They probably don't have a lot of Saturn placements, that teacher taskmaster. Jupiter just makes things easier on a Sagittarius. So full moon in Sag tomorrow. And then we will have also Venus moves into Gemini. And then on the 25th, Jupiter is going to move into Gemini. So we've got a lot of planets changing signs from Taurus into Gemini. this is going to give us a lot lighter energy. Gemini is the sign of the twins. It's an air sign. And Jupiter, when he moves into a new sign, he brings that gift, those gifts and luck to that sign. So if you're a Gemini or you have heavy Gemini placements, great for you, because for the next year, you will have Jupiter in your sign. So again, he also brings protection with him. Jupiter protects those that he rules. And whenever he shows up into your sign, he's going to give you a little bit more protection to be able to go out and really go after what it is that you're looking for in life. Always great to have Jupiter in your sign, always very exciting. And I think what we're also going to see with this, because Jupiter makes things bigger and expansive, Gemini is the sign of mental health. It's the sign of the connection of the mind and the body. I think we're going to see on a world front, more talk about this, more looking into mental health and how our brains really affect our bodies. So look out for all of those. Very exciting week. And I am ready for a caller. Julie?
Yes, this is Julie.
Hi, Julie. How are you today?
I'm hanging in there.
Is there anything specific that you've called in for today that you were wanting to ask about? Anything specific going on in your life?
Yeah, my son, he just passed away. Could you tell me why he passed away? I don't know. They don't know why he passed away. He was only 36.
I'm so sorry to hear about your loss, Julie.
Thank you.
Angels and higher vibrational dimensional energies. So let me see what I can get here. Let's see what we have. I'm using my angel decks here. The first thing that I'm having come up is with this question is the Six of Water here, and this is about this card can be about childhood, something, and then the next card coming up is the Two of Earth. So these two cards together, too much going on at once. Did he have any known illnesses or anything that was from his childhood?
He couldn't deal with his dad passing away.
I'm sorry.
His dad passed away when he was only 21. Yeah.
Okay. And so you're saying he just suddenly passed. There was no...
He had a hernia.
The father.
He went in the hospital a couple times for a hernia. They wouldn't do nothing for him. They just gave him medicine for blood pressure pills. Yeah.
For your son?
Yeah. We think maybe the hernia busted or something. He was found on the edge of the couch, leaned over, hunched over. Yep.
What I'm getting here is that because of the Six of Water that's coming up here, I think that this is something that had been ongoing, but it just wasn't treated. And this Two of Earth also coming up here about a lot of different things going on, but that they weren't treated here. Let me see.
Yeah.
Pull out some chakra energy cards here as well. The card that's coming up is the Raphael card. That's the Archangel, and the card is healing. It's a beautiful green card, and you can see the angel Raphael here. So it was an ongoing health issue here is what I'm getting with that as well. And did you ask for there to be an autopsy done to find out?
Yes. He did do the autopsy. It's going to take 4 to 9 months to find out. Yep.
Yeah, it does take a long time. It's not something that's quick.
Because he was only 36 and he passed away by himself. So yeah, they had to do autopsy.
Yes. I'm so sorry to hear of your loss here.
Thank you.
And then the third eye chakra card is coming up next here. So what I'm hearing with this, and this is just a beautiful purple card, and it looks like an eye with the symbol of the third eye chakra. So that's about being able to see the unseen. And I think that, so you knew that he had a hernia. He knew he had a hernia. This is what I'm saying, that he did know that there was an issue here, but that it wasn't treated properly.
Right. Yeah.
Because of that. And then I have the Knight of Air card coming up. This is a card, this is an event that happened very quickly, is what this card represents here. Something happening very, very fast. So what happened when it happened, it was very shocking.
Yeah. Yeah, very shocking.
Very shocking. And I think, and it was very quick to him. It would not have been something that was slow and painful. It would have been very quick.
That helps a lot to know that.
It was not suffering. That Knight of Air card, that is all about quickness. So it happened very quickly. Well, these jump over here. This one. So the next card I'm using another angel deck here. This card is called Evolution, and it's about preparedness. And what I'm hearing is he was not prepared for this at all, and times that this was very, very shocking.
Right.
Yes, then I have this point of view card coming up in a reverse, and this is all about being oblivious, not knowing, not seeing this coming. So it was obviously a shock for you, but it was a shock for him as well. And what I'm hearing is that this was an ongoing health issue, but it was just never taken care of properly. And I'm so sorry. Very difficult. But I am hearing that it was very shocking for him, but that he's in a good place now, and that he is in the light, and you don't have to worry about that, and that he is able to. So when you want to talk to him because he is with you, he is around you. That he likes to maybe listen for songs. If he might send you songs, certain music that comes on, for him to show you that he's with you and near you. That is one of the ways that he might contact you there, Julie. Well, thank you so much for calling in, Julie. And I'm, again, so sorry for your loss. Always such a difficult thing to lose the ones that we love. But He's not completely gone. He's just in another form on the other side, and you can still talk to him because he can still hear you for sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. And listeners, if you would like to book a private reading with me, an astrological reading, or a psychic reading, you can contact me at ashliejune.com. That's ASHLIEJUNE.com.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to start right at the top with the astrology. I'm going to go through each of the signs in a minute, sun, moon, and rising. We've got some key pieces coming up. We've got the equinox in the Northern Hemisphere, and we've got a Capricorn full moon with that, and the sun and Venus moving into Cancerian, which is going to bring a push and pull between our intimate world and our world of responsibility. However that plays out, work versus family, relationship versus demands in your work life. It could be money could be at the issue of a few things. And coming to a head, we've got Pluto sort of interjecting in a couple of ways along, and as it kind of dips back at the end of the month into Capricorn, sort of amplifies this energy, because we actually have two full moons in Capricorn. So to amplify that emotional energy, it's going to be some big stuff. And so if I go to each of the signs, sun, moon, and rising, your sun sign's the divine masculine. It's the world you're responsible for, in a sense, your identity, and then you've got the divine feminine, your moon sign, your inner body home, that inner child stuff. And then you've got the ascendant, how you kind of combine those two together and move them forward in life. And so if I start with Aries, sun, moon, or rising, your message for the week is asserting yourself. And this Aries are like, I got that under wraps. Right. But go for what you want. The time is right. You're going to be making a lot of deep and soulful connections, soulmate connections. They could be two-legged and four-legged soulmate connections. There's the birth of ideas, the birth of opportunities. And when it says to assert yourself, I feel like moving your agenda forward, what's in your highest and best order and your goodest, your best need, goodest, I don't even know where that word came from. And so your best need, but very light stick, as we got some major energy going on with Mars and Uranus in Taurus, which is stuff you value. And so really heading you could be going there. Don't get too single focused. Don't do this at the expense of everything else. Don't burn any bridges in this process. Don't try to get what you want at the cost of something that could be friends, people. So keep that in mind there, my lovely little Aries. Taurus. Okay, well, Taurus, and this Mars energy, along with that water earth polarity. I mean, pretty much most planets are in those signs, both water and earth. And so it's going to be some heavy stuff for you. I mean, it could be some strokes of luck that you didn't know you could pull out of thin air. It could be maybe you fall in love. Maybe the timing's right for a couple of things in your life, Taurus. A sudden change of luck is just what you needed. Because boy, oh boy, it's been kind of grindy for little Tauruses. And things are going to work in your favor, and it's going to be an excellent time to be invited out. Like, it could be like friends of concert tickets. Oh, come on out. Or there's lots going on in your neighborhood. You can go out, or you're just in a better financial position, or in a good kind of lucky little position where you get freebies, free stuff, good swag, invitations out, times that you can enjoy, and some real luck, and particularly around this equinox, and coming through communications for you that's going to be really maybe just the news you wanted to hear. That'd be kind of nice. Or maybe your words carry magic and they swoon the right people. That could be kind of fun. Hey, Tauruses. Now, Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, oh boy, you've had a whole stellium in your sign, and we have some real mercurial energy around communication. So it is around this for you in big ways. And if I thought of the big travel could come up for you, opportunities, news from, maybe you just want to break free and go places, and that could be road trips, that could be getting away to the lake, making plans for the summer if you're on the other side of the world, the winter. And but really looking at any communications, they're going to open up things in your life, exciting experiences, and singles as well. For single Geminis, this could be quite good. This could be lots of chatter, lots of people coming out of the woodworks, and career advancement for others. That there could be just things that are being talked about, plans, things you're coming up with, a bit of a golden child for a while. And life can throw things at us, but just know, no matter what life throws at you, Gemini, I feel like you're going to be able to either talk your way out of it, talk your way up around it, or maybe talking about it could get you through it. Okay, Geminis, I'm going to go to my little Cancerians. Boy, oh boy, this is a powerful time for you. Happy birthdays coming up, because you've got the sun, you've got Venus heading in there, you're going to Mercury, you're going to have this 2 powerful full moons in your house of partnership, and a powerful reset button in a Cancerian new moon. And so I feel like this could be a time of reflecting on who's friends. You could have new friendships come in, you could have other friendships end. You are going to become stronger no matter what happens in that. You could be really defining who your group is, where you have a sense of belonging, where you feel like you have a sense of purpose and direction. And this doesn't have to be necessarily your job. I mean, I hope you find that through your job and through people you work with and that group. But little Cancerians, this could come through just really defining your community stance, where you belong. It could even be your reputation in the community. Maybe get a little kudos, tap on the shoulder. Maybe there's something around natural community leadership for you that's going to come up for you as well, little crabs. So that feels pretty good. And then we go to Leos. Boy, oh boy, it's been kind of a bumpy road and shocking news for Leos. And this could come like with work or the bigger companies. Maybe it was an old job and you dodged a bullet. And so challenges to present themselves. And all you're really wanting is a time out this summer. You're like, I just want holidays and I just want off. And there could be some unusual conflicts that come up, and they could come up with work options, work conflicts, people around work. And you getting involved can make matters worse. I feel like I like the idea of taking time off and taking a break and stepping back, seeing the bigger picture, getting a bigger perspective on things, because there could just be drama that comes up around you. It's not so much going to have to be about you, but it could impact you. And so I want you just to be really mindful about the power struggles that be, and they're going to come in weird ways. They could be coworkers, they could be your partner with other people, they could be news that you hear that maybe you're feeling conflicted, maybe you can't release the news yet, and yet, you're like, oh, this person needs to know it, but I can't say nothing. And so that's my little skull. I can't have him here for communication purposes today, and my crystal skull. And so very mercurial energy. And so so just keep that in mind, that maybe you not saying anything or maybe standing back and observing. I feel like you personally will have options. You personally would be in a different mindset or perspective than maybe those around you. So keep that in mind, Leo. Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, oh boy, Virgo. There's this weird sort of polarity, both with Pisces. We've got a retrograde Saturn happening, a retrograde Neptune happening. Between now and the next 6 weeks, things going over in your partnerships, house of partnerships, things that old and new, people from your past, people from your present, things that you need to look at. around maybe deciding where you want to move forward in things. And be careful of burnout. You work really hard and you will see results, but your health, and that needs to be maintained. And also check in, doctor, dentist, that kind of stuff, massage therapist. Don't forget the self-care stuff. And if you have, a healthcare plan and you're fortunate to have that at work, they do have hopefully massage therapy or employee assistance plan around therapies. And trying to stick to a discipline around a healthy lifestyle. Maybe you're going to make some decisions about work-life balance. Maybe you're going to make some decisions about what you're going to value, or if you're not being valued, just keep that in mind. You could find some burnout with that. And that could also be burnout of bridges, that because you're not making the time. Libra, sun, moon, rising. Libra, money stuff. Ooh, boy, I just feel like you could have some really good money stuff coming in. It could come through estate. It could come through documents, papers, practices, contracts, things you got to sort through, get professionals to look at for sure. Guard yourself against any, foolish, impulsive decisions, deceptions. And, double check anything on mistakes. So if you have any important documents that need to be reviewed, get a professional to review them. They could benefit you in big ways. I just don't want you to miss a step. I don't want you to miss something. And the other piece is to declutter things out of your life, to declutter people, places, and events that no longer, serve you. I mean, if you're not going to wear it in 6 months, you're not going to speak to them, you never communicate with them, empty out contact lists, empty out, really kind of declutter and you're going to make room for new things, new outfits, new people, all those great stuff. And come fall, which is your season to shine, that could be a new fashion statement for you or a new look. Mm-hmm. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. This is going to be some interesting time with Mars and Uranus in your house of partnership. You've got your 9th house lit up pretty high. You've got your 6th house lit up pretty high in your charts. And so this is going to be an important time where you could have property opportunities where you live, security sale. It could be transactions. It could be leases and agreements. It could be things that you're needing to sign. And there could also be challenges. And this could be about other people. This could be about kids, family, grandchildren, other family members, their property where they live. Maybe you're the problem solver, having to kind of get in there and get things done or sorted. And I want you to be a little bit selfish. And I want you to be a little bit what you need, your security, what's best for you in the long term, what's best for you in the long run, what's best for you in terms of what those needs could be, because I feel like whatever you're going into could be pretty long term. Sagittarius, sun, moon, rising, commitments to your word, commitments to things you've said, commitments to your job. Maybe there's new opportunities popping up for you, new commitments popping up for you. But you'll be making commitments around love or business. And I feel like, boy, it'll make you feel better. It will make you feel better. It'll make you feel really good about plans coming, about things coming up for you. I have good vibes around that, particularly for our Sagittarians the next little while. Capricorn, sun, moon, rising, romance. Love is set to sizzle. The chance for romance is high. Seeking connections will find them. That could even be turning out to be you loving yourself, you doing self-care, you loving or agape love, giving generously to community, your time, efforts, money, or that you could take time to reach out to people who do need care. And so this is going to be a big time to spread the love, feel the love, accept the love, those kinds of things. Aquarian, sun, moon, rising, your freedom is a big deal. Sunshine, opportunities, they could come up with you being able to step out on your and be more independent, you being able to really shine, and it has a level of responsibility to it. So although you're going to be able to shine, you got to take responsibility and you got to stick to, and there's going to be maybe opportunities to travel, get away, things you've been kind of excited about coming up. And I just feel get prepared, be prepared, get things that you need to have, and you're going to see some real growth with maybe friendships and fabulous communications and different relationships around you. Now, be mindful about, people struggling possibly with depression, anxiety, dark moments, dark sides. That could be you, that could be people pulling you in, that could be things going on around you, and to find some balance and always seek therapies and help. And remember to remind people to do that as well, that that would be good friend advice, or that would be something that you could help them out with. Pisces, sun, moon, rising. This next little while, it's all about your future. You've got a couple of retrogrades. Your ruling planet and Saturn going to be retrograding over, June and July. And really over the summer, being able to go over your vision, what you want, where you're at, because major life changes are coming by your birthday. Major life changes, these planets go forward, because you got a whole bunch of eclipses coming up for you. That's going to really transform your life, your identity, your destiny, where you're going, what your purpose is, and and those things really starting to reach out to you and giving you tastes of that. Now, you can't really make too many decisions until these eclipses are done with you by the fall of next year. And I just feel like those changes could turn out to be quite good for you. And it could be really around things that you envisioned that you never thought could happen. And boom, there they are. Again, you can find me at Bernice Bisson Psychic at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I do full readings. I read full time. I'm an artist and a psychic, and that's all I do. And I read video and in person as well. So we're going to go to our first caller. I've got Jenny in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Jenny, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm absolutely wonderful. Jenny, how can I be in service to today?
I'm just kind of wondering, like, whatever comes to mind, like a general sense of like finance, health, family, any kind of guidance. Anything that really comes to mind.
Okay. So my name is Bernice Bisson, and I'm in Winnipeg. And I'm going to begin with, let's just start with the day and month of your birthday.
Okay, it's July 2nd.
Oh, you're a little Cancerian. Let's talk about this. I talked a bit about this in the astrology ahead of time, ahead of this call. And so I want to begin with, you have a major reset button coming. You're kind of going to be standing, what I call it, like the edge of the abyss, being able to make some bigger life decisions, and really about your sense of belonging in your community, where you live and work, where your purpose could be in your community as well. There is a couple of powerful full moons, both in Capricorn, which is your house of partnership, which could bring structure, boundaries, firm discussions around people that you could have across from. That could be anyone you've made commitments to. That includes work commitments. I want you to be careful a little bit for some burnout. I feel like you're going to enter into a period, little crab, around lots of hard work, or lots of running around and having different obligations to meet, particularly this next 3 or 4 months. Whereas this is the time I really want you to be able to kind of try to find some balance with that, because I do think that there could be stressful situations at work, or that you have multiple demands on you with work, that you could be feeling like, oh, I just can't. I want to just blow it up. And I feel like, don't blow it up, just take time off. Just take some time off. There's going to be something coming up in the next 4 months around your health. And I feel like you're going to really take charge, or you're really going to make commitments and disciplines around your health and well-being. And there's something about your dental, and that could be maybe you're just getting your teeth worked on. Maybe you'll get some dental work done. And there's something also that may pop up, that could pop up in your throat area, ear, sinus. And also, if I think about your wellness, it's also going to be around you really working on your health and well-being. You could be reinventing yourself. You could be recommitting to different health regimes, because you're going to be on, your mindset's going to be around total health and well-being. And I feel like that's going to really pay off for you in a big way, really in a big way. It's more about bigger lifestyle changes, health style changes. And that includes, Spirit keeps telling me to tell you this, that includes when I go back to hard boundaries with people and having really clear communications, and not maybe getting pulled into people's drama or gossip in work or areas in your day-to-day sort of world. Because I feel like you just want peace. You don't want to get pulled into things that don't belong to you. I also feel like there is, I don't know, there's going to be a man around you who feels like the energy I keep getting is impatient. He's going to be impatient with you. He's going to keep trying to light a fire under your butt to get you moving on something or to trigger you to move on something. I feel like I almost feel like when this man comes, because I feel like it poses as a bit of a challenge. I want you to like grind your heels in and do things on your own timeline, you know, create your own rules and boundaries. I don't want you to get pushed around. And I feel like because you as a Cancerian, you just want to make things work. I just want things to work. I just want peace. I just want, you know, because you're a natural sort of problem solver. So I almost feel like, I don't know, this man could be kind of impatient and demanding. And I'm going to say your best way of dealing with this is going to be, you know, firm no's, firm boundaries, like this time, that time, and on your own time. Because I feel like, again, there's this energy where you might be getting pulled in several directions. And I want you to really pull your power back and call your power back to yourself and recommit to things that are a priority or were a priority to you that could have become sort of, you know, lost in translation or lost in other obligations. This is a time I keep feeling like you're moving on or you're moving forward. And there's something really quite good and quite focused around your financial. And if you focus on the past, things you lost, things that, you know, commitments, don't do that. I want you to use this new moon that's going to come up for you in the next 2 weeks to really move forward, to really jump forward. And go to your mentors, advisors, experts for advice around maybe even your money, savings, organizing, and really getting on top of your financial situation. And this includes something about really, I hear in my head, managing your debt, or you're getting really committed to your financial well-being. And that could be part of the boundaries and saying no, not feeling like you're getting pulled in 1,000 directions. And so I also feel like there's, okay, I know we all have a lot of deceased people, and I know in life that happens, but there's something that keeps coming up in my mind's eye around a couple of messages. One is, you know, there's this man who died. He was like the glue, and he feels like an older gentleman. There's a woman who's still alive where you live or out where you are. There could be some health issues or something where you have to attend to someone's needs there, or that you'll have to attend to their needs and news. I also feel like you could have also visitors coming from another province, possibly, or you're way out in one of the most beautiful places in the world. I don't understand how beautiful it is where you live, but there's going to be visitors or people coming there. So I don't know. It feels like an intentional type of trip. And
my mom is she's diagnosed with health issues, and we have the identical health issues. We have COPD and emphysema, and she's actually coming home, and my sisters are coming home too, and she's been very sick. So they're actually going to be home on the 24th of this month.
So that's so good. I'm so happy about that, because I feel like, and you know what? Because you know what? I'm just going to make you the rest of my show, only because I feel like I need to talk about your mom and your sister as well, as I'm talking about you in this message. And of course, this gets posted later, so you can go back and they can listen to this as well. And so I'm going to continue to message, and the other piece that keeps coming really strong for me. So that this man who passed, and you know, it's interesting in my mind's eye, he's kind of He's funny. He's direct. He's like, tell
It
it
would
like
be my
it is.
boyfriend. My boyfriend passed 7 years ago.
Oh, I'm going to send you so much love, and I'm going to keep messaging through this because I feel like he wants me to tell you. So I'm going to just keep talking about it because he's like, talk about me. Don't forget me. Don't forget me. He's funny. He's direct. He's tell it like it is. I don't know. He has a cat on his lap. I don't know what the cat means, but like, do you know what it means?
I'm not sure right now. I'm just kind of.
Okay, I'll keep talking. There's like, he's sitting there like I would just be petting a cat and on his lap, and he's looking out a window. And I feel like he has with him another man who wasn't old when he passed. He could have been in his late 50s, early 60s. And I feel like there's something about his teeth. He's missing a tooth or something. But anyway, he's with this man who's also very funny. And I do feel like there's a strong D and a strong B. And in letters, people's names I'm supposed to talk about. I also feel like this August is really important. I don't know why so much, but there's like some sort of celebration this summer that feels happy amidst what I know that you're feeling heaviness of your family's health. I feel like if I talk about your mom and her health issues, I feel like, maybe she wants to come home and she should be like, I don't want to leave. And I do feel like your mom maybe needs more help, or she has to stop herself sometimes, and she can't be helping everyone else. She can't be bailing people out. She can't. And I feel like you might have to stand up for her and tell people that.
Yeah.
Okay. And there could be a man who's challenging. There could be a man who's alive, who's a bit challenging, and who's going to have good boundaries. You will, because you're a crab and you got pinchers. And if I think about your sister and the energy around your sister, I feel like it's going to be so good to have everyone there. I feel like the two of you are very different characters from each other. And I feel like I see the three of you like three musketeers all together. And I feel like that's good. I am going to say that there's something with your sister's health that feels kind of chronic. And that there's around medication, adjustments to medication, looking at medication. We're going to keep there could still be something being adjusted around that for her.
It makes sense for me because I'm actually in the process of getting my medication adjusted. And I do have a chronic illness.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
If I can ask, can I ask about two dogs, someone's dogs?
Two dogs?
Do you have two of?
I've had like growing up or now?
This is why I'm asking. Where there's one dog, there's a second dog visiting or a second dog showing up. You could be an adoption. It could be a decision on the dog. And I'm going to say you'll know about that within 3 or 4 months. Now, I've got about 30 seconds left, so I'm going to leave you with this. Whatever adjustments are coming with your medication, you are going to start to physically feel a lot better. There's something very much about your body in pain, and you'll start to feel better. I'm sending so much love and light to you, and your mom and your sister, and I think you're going to have a beautiful time together. And thank you for tuning into Psychic Tuesday. And thank you to everyone. And we'll see everyone in 7 days. Have a great week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. And here we are in a sweltering mid-August night. My gosh, it's 72 degrees out there. What am I going to do? Wait a minute, what? Yeah, it's been weird here. It's been really cool, man. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. Gets any cooler, I'm going to go walking around saying daddy-o and playing bongos. The summers have been pretty mild in the last few years here. I don't want to get into any political stuff about that, but the point is that even though that we had a few days where the temperature hit a little over 90, it always went down into the 70s at night, so it's livable, it's bearable, and I enjoy it, and I have no problem, and I'll tell you why. I have no problem with being hot in the summer, and I just don't like being cold in the winter. I mean, I crave warmth. I just don't want to be cold. I hate cold. When I was a little boy, we would go on vacation in August, the hottest time, and we'd go swimming in a beautiful lake upstate, and I'd come out shivering. I just don't like cold. But that said, the thing is, heat is a problem for a lot of people I know, because when they go to work or when they go shopping, they go visiting people, everything is air conditioned. You get on the subway, it's air conditioned. You get, that used to be one thing that we were sure of in New York, was that you'd sweat your head off in the subway. The buses are all air conditioned. Everything is air conditioned now. The school next door, I live right next to a high school. Now we get high schools, you remember, we all got the summer off and we'd go play. And that reason we got the summer off was for the same reason that the theater would close down in the summer. It's hot, but not anymore, you see. Every window in the school building has an air conditioner in it now. Now, when you do that, you see, if you work all day in an air-conditioned office, or you ride the air-conditioned buses and subways, or even the taxis are air-conditioned, and then you go home and it's warm because you don't have an air conditioner on, that can really be a shocking and abrupt change, and it can be extremely uncomfortable. On the other hand, being essentially a hermit, I don't care if it's warm here. I mean, it's no big deal. It's not hot enough to make my candles droop. Now that sounds like a euphemism, I know, but it's not. Keep your minds out of the gutter. It's not. But there was a summer that was very bad, and the candles drooped. The candles, my candles just were just down. But yeah, we've had a lot of hot times here. But as I've said before, I live in an ancient building. From the 19th century, and it was designed for cross ventilation, and that's what we've got, man, cross ventilation. But I can understand. See, there came a time years ago when we would put the air conditioning on. We used to be able to hold out to like July 4th without air conditioning, and then it would get brutal. But once you turn it on, you see, you can't stop. You have to keep it going. And I mean, I hear air conditioners going out the window. I can hear them in the backyard window, even when it's 72 degrees out. So, and I understand why, because we're accustomed to that. I personally don't like air conditioning, and I have no problem with being warm in the winter. In the summer, I have no problem with being a little cold in the winter, but I don't like cold. So I will have blankets and I will have all kinds of stuff going. It's cold is more dangerous than heat apparently, but I don't like. Let me put it this way: I crave warmth. I do. I just crave warmth, and this is my time of year. Now we're rounding up into September, which is hurricane season, and that should be fun. That's another thing the news was wonderful with. Often I mention that the news will try to just spend all of its time scaring you. There's a headline in New York today that says, New York could, now I want you to remember that word, New York could be battered by 11 hurricanes this season. And then again, it could not, I suppose is what that implies. I spent many, many years in the news business. I was about to say news racket, but I'm too genteel for that. I spent many years in the news dodge, and let me tell you something. You can ignore any story with the word could in the headline. Just don't bother with it, because that's designed just to scare you. Now, speaking of scared, I wanted to commemorate something that I'm glad to be here. I missed a few shows because I was ill, but in 2013, after I'd been doing the show for like a year and a half, and speaking of air conditioning, right, in late July of 2013, I started shivering. It was very cold, and I asked my wife if she would be so kind as to turn down the air conditioning. And she informed me that the air conditioning wasn't on. And I was freezing, and the air conditioning wasn't on. So we checked my temperature. We got the good old thermometer out, and I was running a temperature north of 103. And we immediately hied our little selves off to the hospital, which began a very bizarre odyssey that found me in the hospital at least a week. It might have been 2 weeks. I know, but they put me in a room. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. They were angry with me. That's the one thing. My faith in the medical sciences started to break down at that point when one doctor yelled at me, "You're not presenting properly." I'm sitting there dying. I'm throwing up at every move. I've got 103 fever. I don't know what's going on. And they never did find out exactly what happened, except that I had picked up an infection. A couple of weeks earlier, I had kidney stone surgery, routine surgery. Don't even, every time I hear routine surgery, the only thing that could go wrong went wrong. Something wasn't sterilized properly, and I got sick. I picked up a bacteriological infection. To this day, they don't know what it was, but they gave up on me. They absolutely gave up on me. They put me in a room where everybody went to die. There was a nice young nurse there. She was obviously in the beginning of her nurse career, and she couldn't hack it. She went crazy. She started screaming because everyone in that room died. And then they would just replace them with somebody else who died. And I was in that room, right? Hooked up to machinery that was beeping and playing video games and all that. And I had this bizarre notion that I wasn't going to die. I wasn't quite ready for that. So I did, I marshaled my mental energy, which is important. This is one of the reasons that it's a mistake, I think, for humans not to learn the skill of meditating, because it's a very difficult thing. And it's easy to give up on meditating. When you meditate, you try to clear your mind, and your mind doesn't like to be cleared. Your mind is going to rebel. Your mind is going to attack you. Aleister Crowley wrote a whole diary of his working on trying to meditate, and he would make a notation in it every time he lost his concentration. He called it a break. And he had more breaks every moment, every few minutes, until he started having fewer and fewer breaks, and then he knew he had mastered the meditation when there were no breaks. Well, I haven't mastered it myself, but at that point, I had a motivation, which is I didn't want to die. So I marshaled my strength and my meditation, and I took control of my breathing, and I took control of my respiration. And then I think to the shock of the people there, I started playing games with the machine that I was hooked up to. It was just doing this beep, beep, and the little thing was moving up and down. It was, like the sonar in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea or something. And I started to play games with it. I started to make it move the way I wanted it to move. And one nurse knew what I was doing and came over and gave me that, caught with your hand in the cookie jar look and said, "You're playing around with us, aren't you? But I know you're sick, so what are you doing?" And I just said, I am keeping my mind busy so that I don't die like everybody else in this room. They were just wheeling them out. They were literally wheeling them out and wheeling new ones in. You know what that does to your mind when they stick you in a room where you're supposed to die? I mean, right then and there, many people would just give up. But I didn't. I couldn't. I wasn't ready to. I'd only been doing this show for a year and a half at that time, and I wouldn't be here now to talk to you if I had given up. And there were, I pulled through that. They had to stick something in my arm to run a tube into my heart to feed me a certain kind of antibiotic, which they lovingly call the drug of final resort. You love hearing that kind of stuff. Couldn't they just be a little more upbeat, a little more positive? But they did that, and that was, I've talked about that before, and I may even have that in my website. I know I have it in one of my books. It's a very uncomfortable procedure where they stick this thing up your arm and run it into your heart. And I said to there were two doctors that were doing this, and I said, "Would it help you any if I just went to sleep?" And they started laughing. Said, "Trust me, you're not going to go to sleep." I said, "Okay." And next thing I know, they were waking me up and saying, "How did you do that? How did you do that? I've been doing this for 25 years. Nobody's ever fallen asleep while we do this. This is painful and uncomfortable. What did you do?" And I explained to them it was just a matter of mind power, and I mentioned my book, Bending Spoons with the Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, although I think I left the bending spoons part out because, scientists don't like that. It bothers them. So I just simply said, I wrote a book about mind power, and you didn't want me in your way while you were doing this, so I went to sleep, And they said, "This is amazing. This could be a big breakthrough. We have to discuss this with you." Now, of course, that was 10 years ago this week, and I have not heard from them. You know that they weren't going to talk to me. They didn't care. They were just shocked that something out of the ordinary happened, and within 45 minutes of walking out of the room, they convinced themselves that it was their imagination, I'm sure. But the point that I'm trying to make is I did some heavy-duty reflecting, there's a good word, reflectioning on life, because they stuck me in a room where they expected me to die. They had told my wife that I was going to die. I mean, everybody was prepared for me to be dead. This was 10 years ago this week. And I fooled them, I hope. Could you imagine? What if I did die? Ooh, that's eerie. That's creepy. And then I'm just a ghost. But I know I'm not a ghost because I stubbed my toe the other day. And brother, that hurt. So, you see, the thing is, I'm making my way gently to this point, which is, don't let other people, whether it be the news or doctors or friends, don't let them put ideas in your head that you don't want. Don't let them put ideas in your head that you reject. Because even the slightest bit of doubt, even the slightest bit of questioning at the wrong time can kill you. Now, that's not to say you must never question things. Of course you question things. You question things all the time, especially authority, folks. Think for yourself and question authority. And if they get angry that you're questioning authority, so what? But they made, see, what they did for me to help me in my moment of illness was they thought that the best thing they could do was to make me very comfortable while I died. Now think about that. While I died, and then they stuck me in a room. I mean, you have no idea what that was like, to be in a room where, you can't even get into a conversation with somebody because they're gone. People were just dying and getting wheeled out and new ones coming in. Families were crying and grieving and then leaving, and then new families came in, and then new people, they all just died. I don't even want to go into the smell of that room. But you've got to develop your mind. This is something that people don't do, and this is something that's worth doing. Now, there are a few books. I mentioned that book, Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. That will help you, my book, will help you to organize the way you structure your mind. It's not going to tell you what to think. It's not going to tell you how to think. It's going to tell you how to use your mind. That's all. That's all I mean. You want to go to mojoacademy.org and you can look up that book and you'll see a short video clip there of me using my mind to make something move. No trick photography, nothing like that at all. You just take a look at it. And if you don't believe me, when you see it, send me an email and I'll talk to you about it and tell you how the whole thing, I could go to the details of that because you can do it too. You can do it too. I showed my wife how to do that. She made something move too. And she told a friend of hers, she said, you can't do that. You see how people are? You can't do that. You can't do that. Of course you can do that. Our mind is more powerful than you know. Now, in conjunction with that, there's another book, a wonderful book that is a forgotten book from the 1940s, maybe late 30s, early 40s, which has been reissued by Mojo Academy Publishing, Mojo Brothers Press, which I think is worth a look. It's called You Can Live Forever. Now, this is not about spending the rest of your life in eternity here. It's a philosophical thing about what we leave behind. But I do think that if I were to recommend two books, as I reflect back on this experience from 10 years ago, and I'm so glad that I didn't croak, because then I wouldn't be here with you today. I'm so glad. Just the two points I learned was don't let anybody stick. See, remember, I told you the doctor was mad at me because I wasn't being ill the way she wanted me to be ill. You're not presenting properly, she said. And the onus is on me. I'm supposed to read medical books and know how I'm supposed to be. I'm dying, for God's sake. Stop that, lady. That's what I thought, but out loud, I just ignored her. And so there was no out loud. Don't let people put these ideas into your head. Just don't, okay? Now, you know what I'm talking about because you've all had people, you've had ideas and somebody threw damp water on them. Damp water. What kind of a redundancy is it? Well, I guess it could have been ice cubes. But somebody threw water on your idea, let's say. No, just stick to it. If it's a wrong thing for you, you'll know it. But there's no reason to walk around with other people's ideas ruling your life. And certainly, if they expect you to die, I hope that you do your best to disappoint them. We're all going to do it anyway, but you don't want to do it to make somebody else's schedule look good. Could you imagine that? Being so malleable that, we need this bed. Could you kind of hurry up and just cease respiration? No. So that's good. So the two books I would recommend are, and you'll find them at mojoacademy.org, are Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, and You Can Live Forever. And that's a fascinating book. That is a very interesting philosophical take. Now, it's from a religious point of view of a religion to which I do not adhere, but I understand, you see. Because all religions, to me, there's a validity in there. I explain it thusly, always have. I'm in New York, you're in California, and we want to meet in Wyoming. I head west, you head east. We are walking in opposite directions, but we're going to end up in the same place. So you see, that's the way it goes. There are different methods of getting to the same place. And so take a look at these books. I think you'll find them very helpful. And if you get them, you'll see this at mojoacademy.org where the books are listed. If you get them through, you can get them through Amazon, but they cost more. I do them through Amazon because that's how people prefer to buy them, believe it or not, but you can get it for less money at mojoacademy.org, and you can get 15% off by using the code WELCOME15. You'll find all that there at that website. You check out code WELCOME15. So you'll save money and you'll maybe get some advice. That's the best I can do. I don't tell people what to think. I don't tell people how to think. I never even use the tarot cards to tell people what to do. Regular listeners will know that. So I just wanted to mark this anniversary of my first of all, I'm stubborn, so I didn't die. You know, wouldn't you feel the same way? Somebody you took it for granted that you were going to drop dead any minute now, and they're watching you, waiting to change the linen. You know, no. That's rude. And so, no, I didn't do it. I did not die. And I missed a bunch of shows back then, but I was still here. Don't let them talk you to death. You ever hear that expression? Oh, the guy just talked me to death. Well, that's what some doctors can do. There's the thing called placebo, which is, you can find something about that at my website, magic-works.com. But there's also a less common thing, the opposite. It's called nocebo. That's what the doctors have called it. And it comes from a doctor who unfortunately diagnosed terminal throat cancer in a man. And, of course, the man went home and dutifully wasted away and died. Then at the autopsy, the doctor wanted to study the tumor, and he found there was nothing. He had no throat cancer. He had nothing wrong with him. The doctor talked him into dying, and they call that nocebo because people can literally talk you to death. So it's very important that you firm up your own mind power. You get strong, and part of that is meditation because that increases the way your mind works. The mind power is infinite, folks. You can move things with your mind. I am telling you this. I've done it. I've got a raw video. I didn't edit it. I did nothing showing me do it. And I want you to see that too. So now keep those in mind. Those two books, You Can Live Forever and Bending Spoons with Your Mind, or Other Miracles of Mind Power. So let's get to the readings now. I'm just so happy to celebrate 10th anniversary of not being dead. that I went a little overboard here, but we'll make up for that with some really good readings. How's that? I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now and declare a sacred space. And now we're going to take the first call from probably the most poetic thing I've ever said being on this show, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hi, Dawn. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just sounds beautiful, you know? It just sounds like, makes me just want to go, you know? I mean, I keep hearing now I'm hearing Jolson singing, nothing can be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning, you know? So, but Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Boy, that just sounds refreshing. So, especially when you live in a canyon like I do. So what can I look at for you tonight, Dawn?
Well, I am calling regarding a very, I'm calling about a person. Would you like their name?
No, it's not necessary if you don't want to.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The person's name is Mark, and we have known each other for almost 5 years, albeit long distance.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very intense connection that appears to have gotten more intense this year Anyway, I just wanted to know if you could give me any enlightenment, because it's complex, but it's powerful.
Okay. Have you had a face-to-face meeting in person yet?
No, but there is a possibility in December, but because of it being somewhat of a, it's like when you meet some people, they can be people that mirror you, and it could be someone that holds a mirror to you, be someone that helps you grow and evolve, and you trigger each other, and it makes it more difficult, but all the more meaningful. And so it's not easy, but it's more meaningful. And that's what I need help with.
Well, what I've got here they're very interesting cards, but they're kind of up and down, you know. I got the Page of Cups. That's about a new relationship. That's a relationship that's it's not in its formative stages. It's completed. It's beyond that, you know. It's like it's real. It's here now. The Devil card is here. Now that's not bad, okay? That's That's not one of those, it's not an evil card. I know that the movies use that card about evilness. What that is that it's
more about transformation, isn't it?
Well, it's dealing with a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who's usually the center of attention, and they don't necessarily seek the center of attention. Some people just draw that, you know what I mean? The only warning here is not, again, because there's so much mythology around devil, right? But in the tarot scheme of things, it shows two people chained to the block on which the devil in the card is sitting. And that means to be careful that you don't give over your whole life to that person. That, you don't subsume your needs only in favor of that person, because these are very powerful people. They can be very profitable to be around and very gratifying in many ways. You know what I'm talking. I'm not talking about evil here. I'm talking about an overwhelming feeling that you have when you're with the person, that you can lose yourself, and you probably don't want to lose yourself. Am I right?
Absolutely. You want to enhance each other.
Yeah. So just that's just there. So this is telling me that that the relationship is here. There is a real thing between you. That this is a very compelling person. This is a person who you find is extremely attractive in many ways. That's not about looks, even. Only that.
No, not at all.
There are people like there just are people like you'll hear people saying I'd walk to the ends of the earth for that person. It's like that. There are some people who have that ability with people, and they have a responsibility not to abuse that. The next card is the Moon, which is a card of intuition and unconsciousness in terms of the other levels of the mind. And this is telling me that you should be very clear about your feelings. And it may speak to you in dreams also. I don't get that card very often. It's an interesting card. And by the way, I've got 5 cards here, and 3 of them are major cards.
Insight, we are both enamored by the moon. Just letting you know.
Okay. That's fascinating that would come in. And then the next card.
But I also know that it's about, your hidden self as well.
The next is the Lovers, the card. Now that's another card that has been ruined by movies. The Lovers card signifies sometimes it's just face value. It's about romance. Mostly it's about a choice. It's about, you're going to be facing a choice in this, which is a choice between, in its bluntest terms, the card represents choice between the sacred and the profane. You're not, but it never really works out that black and white. I mean, let's face it, if there was a choice that was that easy to make, we wouldn't even be needing cards. We could do these things. But it just says that there's going to be a point where you're going to have to make a decision about this relationship. The only advice I can give you is the next card is the 3 of Cups, which is cups again are romance. Cups are about emotions. See, this is bracketed by the Page of Cups and the 3 of Cups. So the cards are responding to what you're asking, which is about romance. The 3 of Cups is the Ramani description of that is generally the completion of a matter in fulfillment and in plenty. Sometimes it refers to something happening because of friends, through people you know. But the thing is, 3s are completion. Now, what this is telling me is that you're going to be making a choice about this relationship. This isn't going to be too much help to you, except it's going to be reassuring. Let me put it that way. I see that whatever choice that you do make will be the right choice. Okay?
I don't feel it's my choice at this point.
Well, that's the part of the Devil card, which is the person is overwhelming in a sense. You know what I mean? It can feel like you're compelled to do these things. And again, it doesn't mean you're being drawn into evil. You know what I mean? It's just.
Oh, I know that.
And if that's what you want to do, yeah, but all I'm saying is that the Lover's card indicates a choice in the offing, and that from what I see, you're going to make the right choice. So if you're concerned about making a mistake, I'd say don't be too concerned about that. Trust your inner intuition, which is the moon, right? But right now, you've been in contact with a very, I don't want to say, you see, it's hard to find a word that, I don't want to take it as a negative thing, an overwhelming person. And that's not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? It can be a glorious thing.
Well, if I could add to my query, I don't know if he's going to be able to open his heart enough to finally let me in.
Well, there you go. That's what you're going to have to decide about, I'll bet. You have to make a decision about where you're going to go and what you're willing to accept and what you're willing to not have, or what or that you may, look, you may have everything, right? But you need more experience with the person. But what I see is the choice you make is going to be okay. You're going to be, see here, I've got the 10 of Cups. It's a card of cups again. You see, it's a card of happiness. Whatever way this turns out, you're going to be okay. You're going to come out all right. All right. You have to figure out what you want, what you're willing to pay for it. In that sense, everything has a cost, right? Or it's all benefit. Whichever way you look at it, the decision that you're going to have to make is if you keep this going. After you spend some time as people together, then you'll get the answer to your question. Will he be able to open up and let you in? Okay?
Okay.
But please understand that what I'm saying here, although it doesn't sound particularly helpful, I guess, is that you're not going to make the wrong choice.
Like I said, I don't feel like it's my choice at this point. He's dealing with a lot. And
right.
Our relationship has been pretty much over for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's about me permeating his heart.
Well,
and that's what I guess I wanted.
I guess
to
the
know
choice is whether or not you want to continue. Again, I just
don't care to do it with anybody else.
Well, I have the Ace of Cups here. Again, you're getting cup cards, so the cards are responding. This tells me that you have a big heart, and the Temperance card is here. So what you're looking for is the balance. Temperance is about balance. Right now, you feel that the relationship is not quite balanced. Am I correct?
It ebbs and flows. It's like 3 steps forward, 1 step back.
Well, you're working through all that. These long distance things can be very difficult, right? This is that's part of the price we pay for the modern communications. But I do see. Let me put it this way: I see nothing but happiness in your future. I see the sun. I see the 10 of Cups. I see all kinds of happy stuff here. Balance, which is the Temperance card. So that's what's telling me is that you will be able to allow this to develop and see where it goes, and you will make the right decision for you.
I know I will, but I don't know if he will.
Well, that will be his concern at that point, wouldn't it? See, let me put it this way. I have another card here that's telling me this. You're at a point of change right now. Mm-hmm. This card indicates that one part of your life may be coming to an end and another part is beginning.
Okay.
And yeah, well, the question then is this going to be with this person or without? And, right. and you have conflicting feelings. I have the Chariot here. That's a person who's holding 2 conflicting feelings on course and try to get it moving. But I have faith that you can get it done and do what's best for you. Here, I got it again, the 10 of Cups. The cards are still saying that this is what's going on, but there is happiness in your future. You will make the right decision, okay?
So nothing showing how he truly feels about me.
All I'm seeing now is you.
Thank you, Reverend.
Okay, so just hang in there and see what develops and see how you feel and see where it's going. The only thing I see about him is, as I said, you're dealing with a powerful, attractive person who can do a lot with you and for you, and the question is, how far will that go, right? That's really the question with all relationships. But you happen to have be involved with somebody who is extra special that way. You know what I mean? So see where it goes. I'm getting the same cards over and over again now, and this is odd because there's a lot of cards in the deck, and now I've got the Lovers again. That's the card of making a choice. So when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. Okay, I wish I could be more specific, but at least I don't see your life going down the drain. You know what I mean? I see good things coming your way. All right?
I hope so. Thank you so much for your time and energy.
Good luck to you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We look through the magical window of the tarot cards. There I am, shuffling them up. And we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern Time on the Ask One Radio Network. You can check out magic-works.com to see 106 pages of the things that I do. My new popular post there, if you look at the alchemy post, I've got talk about it. See, magic is practical. I know magic is not this woo-woo kind of thing in the sky. And so you look at my page on alchemy and you'll see what I mean, because I include very practical things there. One of the practical things is there was an article recently in the paper on how very expensive pasta sauce is in a jar now. Jarred spaghetti sauce. You can run $9-10. I show you how to make your own for under $1. You can find that at the alchemy page. Under $1. And you won't know the difference between that and store-bought or homemade for that matter, because it will be homemade. Cheryl in Medicine Hat, Alberta is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry.
I'm glad I got on tonight.
How are you doing tonight, Cheryl?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Yeah. And how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a little chatty today, though, for some reason. I guess.
Oh, that's all right.
I guess that's pretty good if it's radio, right? So what can I look at for you? What can we look at tonight?
Oh, it just seems like everything in my life is kind of all up in the air, and I could sure use some guidance. So maybe just a general reading?
Okay. Well, let's see. First of all, this might be helpful to you, is the Seven of Rods. That is a person who is capable of sweeping away all opposition and dealing with all problems. So you're very good at that. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's good to know. The Nine of Coins is here. Now, this is a person who is comfortable being alone. It doesn't mean that you're lonely. It doesn't mean that you're a hermit. It just means that you don't have to be around people all the time, that you're at peace with yourself. That's good. The High Priestess card is here. That is a person who has depths that see behind what's the veil, you see, depths that lead to the more important things in life. And it's almost a mystical quality. So that's very good too. I'm getting good stuff here from you. Now I have the Ace of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune, and then are you looking for new work?
No, I hope to retire in a couple of years. But
okay, well that's the best job there is, right? You know.
I'm looking for a little more financial stability, security.
Yeah. See, that's why I was asking, because the Ace of Coins is about a new stream of money coming in.
Oh.
And the Knight of Coins is, before that, though, there's the Wheel of Fortune, which says that the conditions now are going to change in your life, and that's followed by the Knight of Coins. So that's why I asked about money. And when I see money like that coming in, it usually means looking for new work. The Knight of Coins, it also means a new income stream that's coming in. Now, the next card, you mentioned retirement, and that's fascinating because the next card is the Death card, which doesn't mean dying. That's too many movies have ruined that card. That means the end of the end of one period of your life and the beginning of another. So that's what you're planning for, is the new period in your life. And the 10 of Cups is here, which is a card of great happiness and joy, and that tells me that you're going to be very well prepared for that. So the main concern I'm seeing with this new phase of your life that you're going to be entering is financial.
Mm-hmm.
And I do see that you're going to come up with some other ways of making money, of getting more in terms of having more income. The Strength card is here too, so you're very determined and a person who has strength. Oh, and here's the 6 of Rods. That's about success and triumph. It's very happy reading. It's telling me that financially you're going to get what you want.
Wow.
And as this new as this new period of your life commences, you will be prepared for it and you'll do well.
Hmm.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it sure does. It just gives me a little boost of confidence and kind of eases things a bit.
Well, that's one of the important things that these cards do, is that it can show you whether you're on the right track or not. But according to this, you see that when you mentioned retiring, and I'd already had the card, the death card, about one phase of life ending and another one beginning. Now, the reason, of course, that the cards don't really go into predicting death is because that's always there in our future. The further away, the better, usually, But I've been reading for years and years and years, and only one time did I ever see anything that looked remotely like imminent, disastrous death, and that was just once. But it turned out that it was about somebody else. So I didn't want to talk to the person on the air about that. I said, the cards, I got to talk to you privately about this. And it turned out that it involved a child who was murdered. But generally, but that's for all the other cards that were around it. Generally, in this case, it's perfectly. It fits perfectly with what you said, that you're going to retire, and that's a wonderful new phase in life. And there you go. And the money is what's on your mind about this, but happiness is there too.
Yeah.
So
could the death card also be like the end of a marriage as well? There's issues there.
It's the end of one phase. If you were specifically asking me about a marriage, there are other cards that directly relate to relationships and things like that. But overall, it really just means that the end of one period of life and the beginning of another.
Right. Yeah.
So it's possible, but did you want to look at a relationship specifically?
Yeah, maybe a couple cards on that. That'd be great.
Okay. Because according to this, you're going to do fine. You're going to cause that change that you want. That's going to lead to more money coming in, and you'll be prepared and happy. Okay, here we go. Not happy stuff here though. This is the 9 of Swords is a card of great pain and sorrow. Has there been pain and sorrow in the marriage?
For many years already. Yes.
Okay, that is easily the saddest card in the deck. The next is the Judgment. The Judgment card is about rebirth, and the Death card is there next. You see, you asked me about that, and here it is. It could mean that this is coming to an end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is too.
And here's the Wheel of Fortune, which is about things changing.
Mm-hmm.
After the Wheel of Fortune is the 4 of Rods, which is about happiness and contentedness. So, wow, this is pretty heavy duty. I'm surprised that, you asked me if the Death card could mean that, and there's that card. It's next to the Judgment card, too. So as this happens, it's going to lead to a rebirth for you also, and a new phase in life for you.
That's right. Where I'm going to get my joy back and peace. And not that I don't have that now. I have wonderful family and friends.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Yeah.
The 9 of Swords is about sorrow and sadness, and you don't want to continue with that. Why not? Why should you, right? I mean, there's times when we have to suffer through something, And there's other times when we, do what we have to not. And it's, and it looks to me like the judgment card means, you're going to blow that horn and be reborn and the death card means that the new phase of life begins. The wheel of fortune means that the situation is going to change, and the four of rods is about happiness. So that's pretty good. Yeah. So you got three major cards in there too. So it's about an important issue in your life.
Yeah.
Things are going to be good for you.
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight.
My pleasure. Call again some other time.
I sure will.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle them up. See, that's fascinating. This is what I mean. But some people believe the tarot cards are alive. Alive. Literally alive. So the question is, could that card also refer to the marriage? And then I read about the marriage, and there's that card. Unreal, huh? I've been doing this for 10,000 years, it feels sometimes, but I never take these cards for granted. Deborah in Delaware is next. Hi, Deborah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
Great. What can I look at for you?
Well, I want to take a look at finances.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Well, the first card I've got is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of joy and enjoyment and satisfaction and happiness, followed by the Ace of Coins, which is a new source of money coming in. That's a good one, for finances. The Wheel of Fortune, I get that a lot today. That the situation, whatever situation you're in now, is going to be changing. Oh, the Six of Coins. The Six of Coins is a card of philanthropy. The Six of Coins is a card about getting money, about somebody laying some cash on you here. Now, that could be a gift or it could be work. There's money coming your way there. And the more important card to me is the
selling some properties.
Oh, boy, there you go. You're going to do all right with that, according to this. My favorite card here, though, is the Ace of Swords, because the Ace of Swords is about your mind is expanding. Your mind is growing. You're changing the way you think and see the world. Am I correct?
100%, Elliot. I have to.
Yeah, well, there it is.
Absolutely.
You're doing really well with that, according to this. And that's going to give you the things that you want. Let's see. Yeah, that's the Knight of Coins is here. The Two of Coins. The Seven of Coins. All these coins. Yeah, money, right? It's coming. The money's coming. Yeah. You're surrounded. You're surrounded by money. You're surrounded by money cards. So yeah, you're going to do all right.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I'm auctioning off some properties and just, really trying to restructure my finances. And, it's been a learning experience. So, yeah, my whole outlook has changed.
Well, here's the Page of Coins again. Here's the Page of Coins. That's the beginning of the actual appearance of money. So it's not like the Knight of Coins is theoretical. The page means it's here. So, yeah, you're going to do all right, money-wise. And I shuffled up the cards, and here it is again, the Ace of Swords and the Six of Coins. There's no doubt about it. There's money coming your way.
Oh, thank God. Let me ask you now, because the ex-husband is coming home from jail. I really don't want him here with me, but he has no place else to go. How is that going to work out for me, Elliot?
Well, if you don't want that, is there anything you can do? Is there any legal actions you could take?
Oh, yeah, I will. It's just, I'm just going to help him get on his feet and everything like that. And, and then get senior citizen housing.
Well, you see, I've got the Two of Swords, which is about kind of like a situation that isn't going anywhere. It's like a stalemate situation. So be careful that it doesn't become something sticky, that you get stuck in.
Okay.
That's other than that, I mean, the cards I see looking into ahead for you, 4 of rods, I keep getting that today. It's happy home especially. And the sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. Do I have to tell you this again? The 6 of coins. It's the 3rd time it's shown up when I shuffle the cards for you. That is the card that you take a look at it, son. It shows a person handing out money. This is, there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to do well with these, the sales, according to this. But with the situation you're talking about, it's like just a warning to just be careful that it doesn't become a situation you're stuck in.
I've been stuck for 36 years, and I just want to be free. But I'm going to push him to, he's at the age where he can get senior citizen housing, his Social Security, so that's what I'm going to push him toward, for sure.
Well, I certainly hope he's doing better. I mean, obviously he's had a terrible experience, but and so have you. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. After the show, I'll light a white candle to send positive energy for both you and him, okay?
Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And you know something? That Ace of Swords is very important because your mind is changing and growing and expanding, and it's the beginning of new thoughts and ideas. And that's a very difficult time for a lot of people. I joke about it. You can always tell when you're growing as a person because you lose all your friends, So
absolutely, and I'm fine with that. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's the main thing. So hang in there, okay?
Okay,
but
thank you, Elliot.
You'll be doing fine. Much. One last card here again. The Ace of Coins. That's the appearance of money. You see, money's all around you. I should get to know you, right?
Oh, that's you.
Thanks for calling. I got to run.
Thank you, Elliot. Have a good evening. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Okay, bye-bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Wow, interesting calls tonight, huh? That's really something. So remember now, I gave you that long talk about a couple of books that will be really good in terms of mind expanding, which would be Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. And You Can Live Forever is the subtitle of the book. It's called There Is No Death. You Can Live Forever. So those are philosophical and practical books at the same time. And I hope you maybe find something else that would be of help. We'd like to say at mojoacademy.org, there is a book here that will change your life. And they're not all books that I've written. There's a lot of them are books that were forgotten, neglected, or as Edgar Allan Poe once referred to them as quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore. And you can do that at mojoacademy.org. Magic-works.com, magic-works.com is my website with 106 pages of all kinds of information and free stuff and things to do and all of that. So I am going to bid farewell now and remind you once again that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, well, that's your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.